get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Just crossing here, has to hit the deck, doesn't go down fully, but there he goes.
They send him in through the front, trying to be the tripwire too. They've all got to push in towards the house.
The final day of Phase 2 here, and we have Major Pride localized entirely within Maxman's Kitchen as they're at #1 here for the leaderboards. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to figure things out here on the last day as Gladiators are looking to make a huge catch-up after having 3 chicken dinners yesterday. Max, it was an excellent day yesterday. I'm excited for the lights in the sky for day number 6.
Oh yeah, Gladiators saw the Northern Lights. They know what's up over here, over on the maps, and able to get himself 3 chicken dinners out of the 4 games they played yesterday. They are starting that comeback on the PMGC rankings, and I'm hyped to see if they can continue that because they're still trying things out. So there's still things they are trying to change as we move forward.
All right, let's take a look at my absolute favorite thing. It's socials here and see exactly what you guys can check in with. Use the hashtag PMPL EU over on TikTok, over on YouTube, over on Twitch, over on Instagram as well. Maybe Max will see that hashtag and give you a like because he likes his own posts. That's his favorite thing.
It is my favorite thing. My posts are my favorite thing. You gotta like what you do, you know?
It's true.
And I just like my memes. I think they make me go haha. So yeah.
Wow. That's a thing. Let's take a look at the schedule as well. We've got 6 maps coming at you and also a TDM lodged in the middle somewhere in there. It's all jostling for position. But most important here, Max, is getting at least 12th place so you can get yourself to that Livik match at the end of the day.
Yeah, not only that, you want to make it into the Livik game. You don't want to pull a Dagestan and throw the match away to MUERTE. You want to try and lock down that chicken dinner because, of course, the chicken dinner is the same amount as a normal game. So that's actually quite a decent amount of points. It can make a difference to the bonus points you might be able to secure heading into the finals because one extra game can make a pretty big difference. And yeah, hyped to see who's going to be making it up there. It is pretty close currently towards that top 12 position. So there's still a lot of wiggle room for those bottom teams.
Yeah, let's take a look at the overalls actually and see where that cutoff is going to be as well as what is to play for at the top here. Now, bear in mind, at the end of today, we will effectively be rewarding teams with points going into the final. If you're first place, for example, you get 20 points. If you're second place, you get 19 points. Just a little bit extra of a kick in the right direction for you to try and win the overall tournament as a whole here. Major Pride, Gladiators, MADBULLS, there is a significant gap between them and anybody trying to challenge for their podium placements here in Phase 2, Max.
Exactly. I'm still happy that the big 3 is still the case. I thought it was going to be kind of falling apart, but it still is going to be the big storyline of this event so far. Though Titan Gaming still getting those big eliminations on board, though as we slide down the leaderboards a little bit, SBG, a little bit of a comeback throughout yesterday, which I am happy to see from the French lads that got out of the Guitoun are actually playing in open grounds.
Yeah, no, I gotta say, look, I was impressed by what we saw from them yesterday. Of course, we can delve into that a little bit later on, but this is where the cutoff point is. As you can see, KASIK team in 13th place. Unless they're able to do a little bit more here, they would be missing out. Likewise, so would every other team below them on that Livik match. And getting to that Livik match, it has the potential to get you a few extra points going into the final, right? If you're able to win out that Livik match, get yourself a few eliminations here and there, that could bump you up a placement or 2 here and get you that extra little point for the final.
It's clear that over the years we've seen so many ton of events where it's down to a single point or like 2 points, and that can be the difference of a Livik game. So you definitely want to try and do as well as possible on that map. Get yourself some nice drops over in Crabgrass, where we had like 3-4 teams there last time. That was weird. No. Not sure what was happening.
Got it, let's re-record. No, not Crabgrass. We're not talking about that. All right, regardless, let's take a look at the overall points for PMGC. Now, it's really important, especially for the top 3 that are looking to try and qualify from these points, because for a while, Max, we thought to ourselves, MADBULLS, end of Phase 1, doesn't matter. Look how ridiculous they are. Major Pride has caught up, but after yesterday, that 100-point lead that people had over Gladiators is slowly diminishing here.
Yeah, and actually, quick math, that's a 63-point difference between Gladiators and Major Pride. I did calculate it like 15 minutes ago, but I was making sure. So, and the fact is, Major Pride also had a relatively decent day yesterday, so the fact they're still able to close that gap is really impressive. What Gladiators need to do now is to maintain this kind of consistency, and one day when MADBULLS or Major Pride have a bad day, which we've seen that happen before, that is when they need to strike gold and try and really close that gap as much as possible. So Gladiators, they tried playing Edge, now they are looking so effective at playing that playstyle as we had talked about in the interview with Quizzy yesterday.
Yeah.
And this is a team that still is improving time and time again throughout this entire PMPL. So this is just the beginning for them.
Let's dive into Gladiators and see how everything played out for them, because again, as you say, yesterday was unbelievable. These numbers are just from yesterday. If you think about how they were able to put up those limbs, Meku, Tixi, Matic here, alongside kind of the leadership from Kitsune. That being said, though, as you say, when we were talking to Quizzy, you know, he was talking about how it's great to have that kind of duo leadership roles coming from Kitsune, Matic. They play different styles. They're able to adapt on the fly to so many situations because of it.
Yeah, I would even go back to, for example, one of the games that they played in this second phase, the one they lost to MADBULLS, right, where they were a little bit split and they got punished very heavily by MADBULLS. Ever since that game, we haven't seen them do that again because they're a team that can learn from their mistakes really quickly and adapt on the fly. And here, this game, for example, in this exact kind of similar terrain, a lot closer packed, sticking together, overwhelming teams with sheer power that we know Gladiators have in their arsenal. And they're just getting better every single match, it seems. Really a scary team, and entering in the championships, and if they do continue like this, hopefully PMGC, I feel like they can bring all of this knowledge they accumulated throughout this year and truly be a team that can play center, they can play edge, they got all the 4 players fragging out. Matic is not going to do the Matic classic that we tend to see in the past, and he's really going to gather valuable information alongside Kitsune to get the best optimal play to execute. Yeah, they're just... As much as I love MADBULLS and what they've been doing, I feel like Gladiators, their potential is so much higher with how they've been improving that they are the scary team to look at.
I think it would be hard to argue against that, considering kind of the veteran status of them, how well they've been able to perform on international lands as well, relative to, you know, these guys that MADBULLS definitely have the absolute comfort zone here for this region. Likewise, so does Major Pride. But when it goes to that international play, sometimes it gets a little bit wavy compared to what Gladiators, as you say, is capable of. I mean, we saw at PMWI, right? They may not have won PMWI because that spot is reserved for Vampires for all eternity, apparently. However, Gladiators is able to get really high up there on the standings with some of the world's best.
Yeah, and I think it's great to have Quizzy, a new coach, on this side. It gives a new perspective, and I feel like we have seen them change so much in the past month or two that we've seen them change in the past 2 years, it seems. Yeah. They're really changing their playstyle so drastically, adapting to the lobby and entering into then your championships and PMGCs. I really want to see how that's going to really play out, how they've been working and training for so long, and how it's going to work on the international stage. So yeah, I'm really hyped for the Gladiator storyline and intrigued to see where it's going to end up.
All right, well, let's check in with Max's second favorite thing, French rosters, as we've got ourselves SBG, who I'm going to put my hands up, quite honestly. You know, I think there were some question marks around how they were performing, especially considering roster changes and kind of the wishy-washy performances from Phase 1. But yesterday was definitely a step in the right direction, Max.
Yeah, I'm really happy of their performance so far. You can look at their survival time in general increasing significantly. I looked back on some of the games. It seems like they are moving a little bit quicker based on the circle. Before they would linger sometimes outside of the circle. Here they're just a lot quicker to get to central positions, to central compounds, and try and play it out and gatekeep teams a lot more, which I do appreciate. Though there's still some improvements I would like to see from SBG, and in particular I'm looking at the 2 new players on the team, which is iNows and Snowix, which currently yesterday, out of the total eliminations they had, iNows had 2, Snowix had 3. Then you look at Navarro, 8 eliminations, Victor, 10 eliminations. The 2 veteran players are definitely leading the way. I'm just waiting for that moment here, Kalaris, where the other players are going to start to rise up alongside them. And if so, we saw what they could do in Spring, right, with their fragging power. It just takes time to get back there because this big of a roster change really takes a team aback.
And the only team to currently utilize a Lynx AMR, which, I mean, let's be honest.
That was good.
I want to see more of that, you know what I mean? Just blow the player back into the lobby. It's fantastic stuff.
It will crash the game, yeah.
Error 404, sorry. So you've uninstalled the game from that. Yeah, no, it's I'm hoping to see a little bit more from them as well. I think that there is definitely potential there. But again, when it comes to making these big roster swaps in a tournament like this, it is going to take a while to gain some traction, I think, against some of these guys. But anyway, let's take a look at Nexus as well, a team that really hasn't made big roster swaps, to say the least. But it's been less of a roller coaster for Nexus and more of a plateau, I want to say, Max. It's not been huge pop-off moments. They've had some here and there, but definitely not living up to their expectations just yet.
And this is a point that Blank wanted to bring up, actually, so I'm really interested to look in depth at these numbers, is that you're looking at their stats overall. They get one big game per day, typically, that can happen. And outside of that one strong performance, like, for example, yesterday, they got a 22 elimination chicken dinner. Outside of that, they only got 9 total points over the course of their 3 following matches, which is a very, very low average. If they can bump up those numbers just a bit, Kalaris, just a tad, I feel like they could be a team that could reach top 5, remain up there. We saw what they could do back in spring. The potential is still there, but it's just really back to that Eastern Stars kind of up and down tendency we used to see in the past. And this was an interesting breach too. I liked it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're over at Heaven, why not? You know, give it a go. It definitely looks fun and looks flashy. But again, once you have that fight and how it's going to go down, you know, how are you going to get away from there, which we were talking about yesterday ad nauseum, so we don't really need too much from there. They did have this match on Sanhok, of course, where they should have rounded it out, right? I mean, considering the position that they had, considering the fact that they were able to hold off against what seemed like pretty decent wide wraps. I think it was from Major Pride, I can't quite recall. But the fact that, you know, the onus was on them to hold out teams, and they were able to do it successfully. It was very, very important for their campaign.
Redox, he seems like a Tulika 2.0. Like, he's just doing his own thing, going a little bit over-aggressive sometimes. Yeah. Redox got to chill. I'd recommend, personally. Yeah, VP did go for the wide wrap over to the west at the end of this Sanhok match. But yeah, they were able to just regroup in time to the compound, play around it really, really well. There's still some early game fights that tend to happen here, for example, versus VP. If they can avoid those, of course, that's going to help them increase their consistency, which is what I just mentioned. I wanted to see them work on. But overall, we see they have the chops, right, to get those big performing chicken dinners, like 22 points there. It's just the other matches where they don't win, we need to see more points coming on board.
And how many grenades will Doran throw throughout the day? The Grenadier, alongside Furrier as well. Jackie's now coined the new role here in PUBG Mobile. Just give them all the util. Just throw everything as much as possible, and we'll see if anything sticks. For Nexus so far, not much of it has stuck. So we're hoping that they're able to do a little bit more. That being said, Max, they are in 11th. They're currently kind of in one of those danger spots to not make it to that Livik game, which of course they would try to, you know, get themselves to as much as possible here to just try and get a little bit more points on the board. And also, you've got to take these learnings, right? And thankfully, when you get to the final, it's not a full clean reset. Of course, you have a few points from each phase, etc., that comes in, but it gives you an opportunity to kind of reset the tally for yourself mentally and then try and push up against some of these very top teams.
It's fair to say those bonus points are not an unsurmountable task to overtake, right? It is something that helps the top teams just a tad, but if your team that's in the middle of the pack, one good game, you're back in a race pretty much. And Nexus Gaming, if you look at their overall rankings, not just phase 2, they're currently in 7th position. They are on the cusp of maybe not making it into championship, and I think that everyone here and everyone watching the stream wants to see Nexus play back in the championship after how they performed back in spring. So yeah, currently they're just... How much of a lead? They have 25 points lead. So if they have just a bad day here, they could be out of the race for the championship right now. At least there's still a lot more to go, but it is looking scary. All
right, well, without further ado, we are almost ready here for our game. Thank you to Monster for joining us here for PMPL EU Fall as they continue to fuel our ambitions, our drive, our energy here for all of the games of PUBG Mobile. And without further ado, we have ourselves Jackie and Blank to fuel those games. Let's rock it on.
Oh, fueling you up, getting you nice and ready for the day. We're going to get you in the zone and ready, Blank, because this whole week's been fantastic. Surely we've got to finish it off with a banger at the end, right?
Absolutely. I think we've got to go really hard today for some of these teams. I want to see some more of those stand-up performances from some of the lads we saw from yesterday. Gladiators, their 3 chicken dinners that they've got this phase from yesterday. That's awesome. Let's see more of that, please. Quizzy came in, did a fantastic interview, as the guy was talking about, you know, saying that, you know, phase 1, that was all about center. Phase 2, all about figuring out the edge playstyle. And now, towards the end of phase 2, it's all about getting those big points on the board. We saw towards those PMGC points, they are closing the gap. Slowly but surely, I mean, especially after yesterday, which was a real pump up in performance. Now it's the last day. This is Gladiators' scary time for a lot of other teams. When they start to come out of their cage, they start to blast a little bit over towards the lobby and be starting things off here over on Miramar.
It's like the London Underground. Mind the gap. Because that's what a lot of teams have to do, Blank. You're absolutely right. You know, it's kind of a fine line, really, towards the upper echelon, specifically second and third place. So Gladiators and MADBULLS basically going head to head. Their horns are locked. If anything leads us to believe they're going to play the sort of style of PUBG Mobile we saw over this past week, I think we're going to be in for a treat, because both of those teams have really been just dropping some fantastic games on us in terms of, you know, the eliminations, the way they're rotating, and how confident they're looking. So a lot to dissect today, a lot of maps to get through as well. Just a lot of PUBG today. It's a good treat. It's a nice end of the week, Blank. You get everything in one neat little package.
I was going to say, it's a max man tasty treat, is this final day of Phase 2. We'll head over towards Phase 3, and then by the end of that one, we'll be into finals before you know it. But heading over towards Miramar now. You talked about MADBULLS, you talked about Gladiators on the other side of the map at the moment, but certainly they will come out in force later on, trying to fight for those wins. Miramar has been a bit scrappy for the Gladiators, trying to get towards those end games, towards those circles. They've done a good job of it so far. And with a circle like this, up towards the northern side, they should be pretty happy, should be able to move out towards that eastern side. I think the team that I'm most concerned about them running into early on, probably SHOCKWAVE, is a team that's very well versed in the rotation of Gladiators. They've tried to ruin them in it a few times in the past. That was difficult to say.
It pulled a bit of a fast one on you, didn't it?
I know, it really did. Not an early morning saying, I'll give you that. But I think the MADBULLS and as well as Titans, definitely an early morning team set from both these squads. Titans tend to do pretty good on the first games, taper off towards the end of the day, start making some silly mistakes. It's that focus that just doesn't bleed all the way through.
Yeah, I'd mirror that. You know, sometimes we have these blinding games when Titan first get into the server. It feels like, you know, they've done their stretches, they're ready to kick things off. But you're right, the longer the day goes on, the more it feels like some of those small errors creep in. We've got a bit of an opening bout, though, to kick off the day on our screens. And funnily enough, it's MUERTE that take on PERMITTA. Don't commonly see MUERTE in these fights this early. It feels like they kind of bubble around a little bit. But PERMITTA getting hit with the unlucky stick as they clash in this one. Damage done in the back from Aphis, but really not much to write home about. Effectively, they've lost one man from the squad, and MUERTE will just kind of put the pressure on them and then get on out of there.
Yeah, it seems pretty crazy he was able to hit those shots with the red dot on side as well with the M4. Seems pretty crazy that you guys aren't checking out the social media either, to be honest with you, because there is good memes that will boost your mood. All approved by Maxman, of course, over on Esports, PUBG, EU, Instagram, and YouTube. Go check them out. Go check all those tasty treats that Max is putting out on those pages. Major Pride currently on their rotation. And you're right, MUERTE certainly have done their 100 star jumps this morning. Jackie, they're into this one. They're feeling good about it. They're refreshed. They're ready. They're rejuvenated in towards this match. But they are not in their usual drop spot. They actually headed a little bit further towards that eastern side. Opted not to drop down towards Monte Nuevo. I want to be closer towards Circle. I respect this change. Just a little bit of a switch up here for them. Deciding that they'd like to be further into the Circle early on. Get themselves a little bit of loot going. Get a bit of damage on the board. We have seen them struggle on the edge side of Circles, taking some of these engagements and then not really being able to find their way towards those center positions. And when they have, they've been in undesirable spots.
And a team that's felt like they've been undesirable #1 in a few of our play days recently, for me, it's been Dagestan, man. Like, they've actually really been causing problems for a lot of other squads. We've seen them taking these past few days in their stride massively. We'll come back to that, though. MUERTE, Wolf packing up, continuing the fight, not content with cutting their way through one man and severing the pinky finger from PERMITTA. They're able to find No Mercy warriors and inflict a bit of damage there as well. This is different. MUERTE starting off the day, like you said, right? They've woken up. Fury has gotten everyone out in the back garden. They've done 100 star jumps each. The blood's pumping, and they're just roaming, scrapping, bopping. It's good to see.
Yeah, I'm confused about what has occurred on our screens. They were like, right, we're struggling to get through towards San Martin because there's a bit of a difficulty where No Mercy Warriors, they cramp our style, so does PERMITTA Esports. So how about we just take one player off each, they put a little bit of respect on the name, and then we can just move through unhindered. It is quite a confident and brave play, and a bold one at that. And know why this has worked out as well as it did. Personally, don't think the No Mercy Warriors or PERMITTA Esports expected this one, with MUERTE just going around backhanding all the teams on the western side of the lobby, and now they've headed to Monte Nuevo. So that adjustment I was talking about, that was a lie. They've actually just headed straight back down to the original drop spot. But first of all, they had to go around, you know, take a few pot shots at one another, throw some insults, and then just skedaddle.
Get in, get the loot, make out like bandits, basically.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's kind of been the game plan. I'll take it, man. At least, you know, it starts out nicely for MUERTE. KASIK team on screen as well. You know what, Blank? I really got to say, I think pound for pound, Dagestan and KASIK team have been one of the two squads that it's so nice to just watch play over the past couple of days. I think they've had some real ingenuity behind a few of their plays. The confidence has been there for them as well. It's been cool. It's been nice just how much of a shake-up we've had in terms of it's not kind of, you know, we're going into these play days with sort of 4 or 5 squads that we're just going, okay, we're going to have rotation between them. You know, this is where the chicken dinner is centralized to. These are the kings of the big table.
Yeah.
Oh, in fact, we actually have a huge dinner table, it seems, and everyone wants to grab a piece of the chicken. So it's pretty nice just how tight the competition's been.
Yeah, people are just fighting over the potatoes right now, and they're all over the place, all over the table as they send flying in towards the air. It's definitely not a calm environment, this dinner table they've got going on, or at least the dinner bench, which is just this long hall. It's a big banquet right now, so it's great to see. And you're right, because you've got Titans, you've got VIRTUS.PRO, MADBULLS, Gladiators, Major Pride, KASIK team, as well as Dagestan, all really performing quite strong so far. It's very cool. I think we definitely do have that slight bridge between, you know, maybe your Dagestans, your KASIK teams, your MUERTEs, and MADBULLS and Major Pride. These two teams have been extremely consistent throughout the entirety of both phases, but they're still here to play. And I think that despite that gap, they are improving on it every single day, getting a little bit closer each time.
Yeah.
And that's the main thing.
It really is. It really is. It's good to see, at least. I'm glad that's sort of the upwards trajectory that we're seeing for most of our teams here in the competition. Now, you mentioned Titan. We're going to see him again today, back on screens here as they get a bit of love. Unfortunately, they take a bit of damage as well. Rollkiss will be content with that one. Nice chip damage from the back of the hill as he's taking pop shots down at the compound Titan have set themselves up into. Now, Titan, it feels like they've been loving these early fights recently. They want to get in there. They want to scrap you up. Old Boy gets a bit antsy and they do tend to commit to these plays. At the minute, though, Old Boy's fragmented off towards the backside and going to be holding in case anyone's coming up towards the rear. So won't be swooping in on Unicorns of Love, but you can see with the grouping, there is opportunity for us to actually see a few fights going down here.
He's getting quite tight on the group, and as you said, we're going to head further down towards this south side, which does include San Martin as well as this ridge side too. So you will have this lookout on the western edge down towards some lower ground on the east. And really, it's quite a difficult circle to determine where you want to play. I think some of these teams over towards the western side have some advantage in the early game. Jackie, just being able to look down towards these squads that are probably in this more barren area over towards the east. You can see it on your screen right now, water treatment being in play in the fields underneath it towards Hacienda. But again, if you're on this western side, likely the circle's going to move away from you at some point, in which case a lot of teams should know that you've been fighting from that corner side. So it is an interesting one going up on our screens at the moment. And MADBULLS start to interject down towards the southeast, towards Titans at the moment, who are a little bit split. Old Boy not with the rest of the team. Don't like these antics, Jackie.
No, this has been worrying me. It's one of the things I was keeping an eye on the mini-map at first, even when they were poising themselves towards Unicorns of Love. You could see Old Boy was just so much further back than the rest of the squad. You know, it's a fine game plan to play, having a bit of distance between you, using that spacing, having that more early warning system, even playing a buddy system at times. But when it's Old Boy, it just worries me, man. I've got so much trauma from watching him being so far away, when usually, if they do play as a full squad, as a 4, that's where it feels like Titans are really that 10-15% better than they can be when they start to fragment themselves. Luckily, old boy wasn't crashed onto by MADBULLS. He was able to play with the spacing, get back to the rest of the squad. Only helps you so far though, as Zerich and co are putting bullets down range and connect onto one man, leaving Icy down on the ground for now at least. Should be recoverable, but already you can see Titan are kept in check.
It's a lovely shot from Frozen. Through the window over towards Icy, is sent back. We'll have to invest a little bit of meds there as well. Should have lost his helmet, I think, from that shot coming through from Frozen, considering how fast he went down. So that is a difficult proposition to be in. I'm trying to... I think there should be some helmets within those compounds right now. Because we're still early into the game, relatively, you'll be able to sort that one out fairly quickly. Might be going on for a level 1 helmet, for level 2 if he's lucky. It's decent stuff. Gladiators, so you can see them over towards that western side on the north of Hacienda del Patron. They're currently just chilling. They're holding the ridge that looks over towards water treatment, and then they've got players stationed down towards that south side. So they are very much going for this 2-2 split a lot of times. And it's sort of interesting because we are going back towards those CIS days where we would see teams head for these 2-2 splits all the time, and it was sort of becoming the meta in a lot of our western region. And it was something people were trying to replicate a lot of times. I think a lot of these teams starting to realize that grouping up as a full 4-man squad, as a death ball, tends to be a little bit more successful when you're not used to this play style, and then sending out maybe one player to get some off angles, get some information off the back of it. But if you're used to playing a 2-2 split, it can be very effective and almost essential in some circles. So I do like that Gladiators are really experimenting with this, trying to make it work as much as possible. We saw MADBULLS dismantle it on the first day of this second week of Phase 2. However, the thought process was there and it did look good. MUERTE currently trying to heal things up. We saw them have a little bit of a run around at the start of the game here.
Yeah, they were roaming. They were rolling around with the homies, getting ready for most of their fights, and they were pretty content with the way it went. It was 3 delightful eliminations for them. Since then, it's been a little bit more quiet. This is one of the sides that actually felt the brunt of MUERTE. No Mercy Warriors losing out a player. And here's the other team that they were able to mess up early as well, in PERMITTA, who at this point are pushing back up round to where Titan have relocated themselves towards, off of their initial clash, of course, being locked in place with MADBULLS, just making it uncomfortable for them. Old boy's still alive, though. Always a blessing, at least. He's able to keep himself in fruition here with the rest of the squad. Icy was saved as well from that previous encounter, and they had the utility to work with to get him back to full HP. So not too bad. It's not doom and gloom. You reset from the fight. You can look towards the future. Major Pride as well getting their first opportunity to pop up onto the stream today, as we see a few eliminations coming in thick and fast over towards the side of Dagestan, and Gladiators catching strays as well.
Imagine a couple of hands there coming through from Havlik. Sort of unfortunate for Kisuna that he gets knocked and then Havlik is just so quick on the money there. Instantly gets the flush on him. And that's going to be really useful for Titans in the late game because now they know there's a reasonable rotational path outside of Hacienda up towards that northern edge. VIRTUS.PRO also sending down Ruder and Beck. Elementrix a little bit off towards that eastern side. Does get exploded by KASIK team. So Gladiators will certainly be looking over towards that northern side, stopping them from getting in. But I like this from Major Pride. They're able to get quite comfortably into Hacienda on the northern edge. I talked about how this might be a difficult rotation for them if the circle moved away. It doesn't. It actually heads over towards that side of the map, towards San Martin, as well as Hacienda. So Major Pride find themselves a position on the map that is very strong for relatively cheap.
In the background as well, you can see Aza really just in a world of hurt, trying his best with everything he had about his person. Couple nades, couple bullets, just playing from the top of the hill, but that'd leave you feeling a bit ill. Taken down by the nade. The rest of the Shockwave just looking to get out of here now as well. They do actually engage onto it, realizing the Beast is lagging behind the rest of the squad. So an opportunity to strike, but the Nameless backstab onto it, hitting a nice connection onto one. Bullets coming in from SPG as well from the side to help clean up and deal a little bit of damage on So Shockwave, first team to fall as they're out in 16th place.
Sort of a curious play from Shockwave as well, because I think they were playing down towards this area as their drop spot early on. Try and get some information over towards the northern side and end up leaving one of the best spots in the game. So for Shockwave, it's that idea that they're trying to scout out, trying to catch some teams off their rotations as they come through. It does come back to bite them. I think when you're on a northern circle like this that doesn't shift too hard over towards that west side, Shockwave could have been a little bit more patient. Just waited this one out, played some of these spots. They don't need to take those early game engagements. A lot of teams will have to fight against one another, specifically up towards this northern side too, Jackie, where you have this ridge side that looks over towards water treatment. You don't want to get caught there because traveling down from water treatment itself is a tough task. Getting over this ridge side on the road itself, even worse.
This just looks upsetting already. Looking at the distance between so many squads here, everyone just on top of one another. We're going to start to see some scraps. A lot of open ground as well. The map geometry not providing you too much natural cover outside of the compounds that you can try and tuck yourself into. So being able to dip down and dodge these bullets, that's going to be few and far between. KASIK team though, good read, playing off the audio cues, peek out back towards the field and spot the rotation from VULGAR boys, unload a hailstorm of bullets to at least apply pressure onto them. They've got a good lay of the land as well in terms of understanding where most of the squads are right now, but of course you're going to get nipped at in terms of the blue moving on in slowly, so you have to give up the position you've got and advance further forward. Zerich, normally so good in spots like this, Blank.
Yeah, Trofka really shouldn't have got away with that, and he didn't either, as they try and make their way up from this building. He's got the walls on it. If it did shift over towards that eastern side, KASIK team would have been playing with an extremely strong spot. I think it is difficult to try and confirm onto this position early game, though, especially when we're only on zone 3 at that point. Zone 2, maybe they sent in. It's a death sentence as soon as the circle shifts away from you. So I think they could have potentially played around this position, not confirmed onto it, maybe over towards the western side where VULGAR currently are. But Titans right now on top of the rooftops, getting some really good shots in. Old Boy's being very careful. Smokes off towards his left as well to prevent that angle being taken, so he can be a bit more aggressive on these peaks. I do like that. And Titans right now do have complete control of the land. It is 3 teams that they are contending against, including PERMITTA at some point, that makes it 4. So a difficult task for Titans. They leave Havlik over towards the western side just to scout any teams trying to crash into Hacienda in the meantime. So great game plan at the moment for Titans.
Look at this. Cheeky maneuver though from Aphis. The Peacetime King pulling up to try and deal some damage. Perfect throwing arm on him. Blows Zerich out of commission. Now the game's up. They know where you are. But he's looking to try and win on this tussle. See just how far he can take it. And with Rogo far back towards the distance and a bit of space in between the rest of the squad, he's basically fighting this as a solo. Kind of just bobbing back and forth right now. Zerich should be savable as well. You've got time to work with on that one. Frozen taken out of commission though makes it slightly more interesting. Now this one's a bit of an eyebrow raiser for MADBULLS. This went from them thinking they were absolutely cooling. You were just slowing it down, waiting to reset and get back into a fight that you're favored in. Instead, from one man's utility, everything's gone a bit topsy-turvy.
Yeah, they were cooling, but really it is Athos who's fooling around with them at the moment because it's a great timing on that play as well with the nade that comes over the top. Zone 4, you cannot res out in the blue anymore. You instantly get knocked, which means that Frozen, he just has to be left to die there in that situation. So it's a great play from Athos. Smoke over the top, lets him almost get away, and it could have been an excellent play from him. He just needs to leave a little bit earlier. Old Boy will find that pick off as we head further towards that northern side. And to be honest, if Kitsune hadn't gone down, Gladiators would have one of the strongest positions in the circle up on this high ground.
A lot of fighting though for control of any sort of angle at all here for the MUERTEs. They're just overwhelmed. The KONINA power horses stampede down onto them and take them out. So from the MUERTE being on the tips of our tongues going into today's play day, making us think that maybe it was going to be them marauding around Miramar and taking names left, right and center. Well, that storyline finishes with them going down as our second team to leave. Meanwhile, we've got fights still occurring as well as Major Pride. No surprises there. Always looking for a bit of a battle. Unfortunately for the MADBULLS, it also seems like they've exposed themselves round towards the angles that are being watched by Titan. And this is Titan that have been playing a good defensive game this far, already bringing themselves up to 5 eliminations. And with Old Boy putting the final nail in the coffin, the balls are gone.
Yeah, just hesitant to get into the circle there. And it was really rough. They rocked up around a lot of different teams. And to be honest with you, I'm not even sure how they could have played that one slightly better. It would have required like a zone 2 decision earlier on to make the full sweep towards that western side, assuming that you would have a lot of teams over towards the east. We got Maxman betting it up for Gladiators with 3 players. They have an excellent spot in the circle, hoping that teams that try and get close to them, they can hold down the fort. Again, I talked about earlier though, having 3 players in this position is not ideal. You really are right now focusing a lot of their pressure down towards the eastern side. Me and Kalaris, we go for the major pride pick. We assume they're going to pull out those crazy maneuvers that we've seen in the past. They take that compound off Gladiators, they win the game off of it. You go for Titans, Jackie. What's the reasoning?
I can show you why, and Havlik's dealing the damage right here. I don't have to talk about it, I can visually display it to you, mate. Right now, they're on one. First game of the day for Titan seems to be where their bread is buttered. They love waking up, getting straight into the battleground, and just dispatching anyone that comes their way. You need to reset from this fight, though. Get everyone back on their toes, and be able to continue with this one, as Havlik, after his heroism, was left low, down on the ground. Needs to be grabbed by Icy and supported on this one. You've also got to contend with the fact the zone will start to edge on in, and you've got a couple of squads relatively close by. So potentially leaving them in a bit of a rough situation. The play being crippled somewhat here for Titan, but I think they've got legs on them, Blank. It's first game of the day. This is where they thrive.
Yeah, it's definitely a chance for the Titans squad still. I mean, they could head up towards this northern side, potentially take that loot crate, try and move around this position. They could even head further north and try and hold out these teams towards the fields. VULGAR boys, they had information on them for quite some time, so I imagine they'll be looking over towards them. But you're right, they do need to get their player back up on his feet. So Havlik, return to the fold. Like you said, this guy has hit some amazing DBS shots there versus Unicorns of Love, securing their position down towards the south side. However, it's the VULGAR boys coming through. Gladiators, though, taking some insane shots. 2 down already. Major Pride in disaster mode, going to pick up their players now.
They've got to go for the res, reset from this one, as Gladiators have done a lot of damage. I could see with the mini-map as well. Old boy, I think he's got a bit antsy. It seems like he's gone miles up ahead and started another fight as well. So that's going to potentially be something we'll have to tune in on. And this was the replay where Havlik went absolutely huge with the DBS. The squad wipe king, effectively. Man, so good with the weapon up close and personal. I like this though. I'm glad we're kind of getting a bit of a setup between some really interesting squads here as well. VP, SBG with the Nameless trapped in the middle. This is a bit of a fun one. SBG, we've seen a lot of their stats starting to go on the upwards trend. They're looking better. Their stock's been rising. Here they swoop in and take the Nameless out of commission with them down in 10th. So this is the fight that Old Boy instigated. He pushed way far up and must have found VULGAR boys. He's waited for the rotation for the rest of his team, and now they're just lobbing the nades.
Yeah, it's really actually a decent play, I would say, coming through from Old Boy, because he pushes further towards this side, doesn't fully instigate the fight just yet, because he had good information towards their position for quite some time. He's just going to hold them in. They're downhill. He has the elevation. They're right now trying to make their way up towards the tree line. Powerhouse still underneath with the Kimi, but it's Foops, man, the big player, looking to get up close to this nade. Explode Titans out of the game, potentially. Some nice shots underneath the vehicle. We'll back him off.
Just rotating left and right. Bobbing on the spot, trying to keep the blood pumping. Problem is, you've made so much noise that you've effectively run the proverbial dinner bell, and look who wants a piece of the action. SBG roaming on in. This goes a little bit worse than they expected it to, though. Instantly, it blows up in their face as VULGAR boys strike onto the first man. Now, Old Boy, he's warmed up. The heavy hand striking as he backs his way through 2 of them. Takes down another man as well with support of Tixie, as they're now swooping in onto Major Pride on the other side of the map, taking them out of commission. SBG, or what remains of it at least, struggling to recover. They've all grouped up towards the back right corner. He could run straight past them here. Old Boy's coming in with the SMG. He's looking for the fight. Sprays onto the first. That's actually Havlik that supports. Engagement from Snowix looks clean to deny. This is really aggro.
I mean, just didn't want to let them get out of this one. Didn't want to let them reset, get away, stabilize this engagement. And Icy is there. Will ruin their day like an earthquake. will shake them from underfoot. But Titans stampeding in with Old Boy leading the charge is the classic. Gladiators off towards the central compound though. This is going to be their 4th chicken dinner in just 2 days.
Right now, I feel like it's anyone's game, man. Like, it's up in the air. You've got KONINA Power looking potentially the best they've been, especially in the battle of attrition. The only squad that have still got all 4 alive. Meanwhile, Titan, they're winning every clash. They're in the middle of the arena, screaming for another challenger time and time again. Gladiators looking so damn good when it comes to consistency. And VP, it just feels like sometimes they have that VIRTUS.PRO magic where they steal away these games. This is a great set of squads for our opening game of the day, Blank. This is going to get so interesting over the next couple minutes here.
14 limbs right now for Titans, and you're absolutely right. Their early games in the day seems to be where they start to pop off just a little bit. This is a difficult rotate in the vehicle though. Instantly, Old Boy gets out the car, tries to take some shots back towards Matic, but he's too quick with it. Instantly shifts position. Havlik should go down here. And Gladiators are just decimating squads around them with this very strong position, but they knew exactly where they need to focus. They put all players over towards this eastern side of the compound because they knew this is going to be the easiest place to clear out all the teams. Then they can refocus back over towards the western side. It's a smart play from Gladiators with the 3 players in hand. They know they have to make a gamble. They assume most players are on the east. Now they can look to the west, which is a lot more open, a lot more free.
And fair play to Tixi as well, in the fact that effectively even his opening engagement versus Titan there, that was nearly the 3K spray down just into the vehicle alone, right? The amount of damage he did onto them, leaving everyone with basically a sliver of HP, ruined them. There was no real chance for the complete reset from that one. Had their number, keep supplying the damage afterwards as well through the smoke. A guarantees they're taken out. So Titan, head and shoulders above everyone else in the lobby when it comes to eliminations, 14 to be precise, but they cannot take a stab at the chicken dinner. The chicken dinner that it seems like KONINA Power really want to try and get a grasp onto. Again, though, it's Tixi that just isn't missing a shot, Blank.
He's just lining KONINA Power up, and you can see just how difficult this terrain is to play. Becker left really low now, barely any HP remaining. Needs to drink a little health potion, get himself back up to speed. Matic goes forward. There's one going down. Tixi, once again, the supremacy is back on the cards for Maxman. He predicted this team. He believed in them. Thought that even with 3, this is where they can start to make some magic happen. And I do think this is very interesting as well. Gladiators as 3, still feeling very dominant in a match play style, when we know that once they go down a player, that's when things start to fall apart a little bit for them. Their ego definitely inflated by yesterday, and that feels like what was very much needed for them.
Maybe that's all it was. Take a day of introspection, look at yourself and go, you know what? We have the confidence to play aggressive. We've done it on days where things are hard. And coming into today, they put their best foot forward, and right now they're running away with things. Clean eliminations across the board. They've been able to pad up those stats a little bit as well with the past few wipes we've seen, even into this final bout. Everyone that's been taken out of commission is basically gone by the hands of Gladiators at this point. And now KONINA Power fragmented, the spacing not really what they'd want, trying to play around this with dribs and drabs of utility. They've not got too much in the back pockets in terms of the grenades to open this one up, and you're getting flanked as well. Tixi, the time bomb, ticking away in the back line as he looks to pull off the rotate to secure this one single-handedly.
I think he's timed them as well. When he went for that jump up, immediately went for the crouch, and Agori, even with his jumps now, can't spot him. He's right on the side. He's in nade range. It's pretty obvious of where he's going to be. He's got one nade to open up this fight, to start off strong. Tixi getting up close, doesn't want to fluff this nade, so we'll make it as certain as possible. Because Agori has no information on this, should be an easy play to make for him.
Tixi ticking away like a stopwatch. Gets his arm winded back and he's ready to pop off. Wants to detonate with the nade. Engages. Clean connection onto the first. Agori blown up. Rest of the team now going to be struggling to respond. Off Hayes pulls the pin and looks to try and lob that one. Becker goes down and everyone on KONINA Power is crumbling under the sheer pressure that is being mounted by Gladiators right now. Tixi has been so heroic and he looks to finish it with the support of Meku. Spam slamming into him, and of course, he'll take the title on that one. Gladiators get themselves the opening chicken dinner of the day, and this has been an outrageous week for Gladiators.
It absolutely has. I mean, just an outrageous past couple of days, essentially. It really felt like things were very much looking bad for this team. Tixi comes through, though, on what is one of his best games to date so far in PMPL Fall Split. I am so impressed by that game with the 3 players on side. Matic just looks so solid for the team at the moment. And, you know, Quizzy was saying how I think he feels very comfortable. This is the play style that he wants to go for, much more towards the center, going for these little plays, these confident, aggressive pushes onto compounds. What a team so far. What a team.
No, a fantastic squad. You know, Gladiators are looking so damn good. They are the Russell Crowe in the middle of the arena, and we are incredibly entertained by what they've been showing us. So let's get back to the roaring crowd on the analyst desk that will be enjoying these ones. Let's go back to Kalaris and Co on the desk.
4 wins in 5 games played. Emperor Max, Emperor Blank are satiated for the moment here. They want more wins, though, on the board for the Gladiators, but what a ridiculous set of games we've witnessed. I mean, even here, Max, looking at their campaign throughout this game, they have one knocked early on. Kitsuna goes down, but they're still able to hold out this compound strong against the threats that loom.
Yeah, and of course, Kitsune, despite going down, can still help IGL from the grave and able to get some extra ideas for how the team is going to execute this one out. But yeah, playing center, we saw them get 3 chicken dinners yesterday, playing edge a lot of the time, and they can transition into playing center when the opportunity arises. And as a 3-man, being able to put so much pressure on teams around you is so impressive. So 15 eliminations on the board here. No one was getting even remotely close to their position. Though there's other teams I feel like had really good approach, but that compound is so strong, Kalaris. There's not much any of the other teams could really do against it.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Titans was popping off over on the east side, but realistically, there was... I felt like we were both saying, you might as well just deny yourself to the blue at some of those moments in time. There's no way you were going to be able to make the transitions happen against where Gladiators has kind of perched up and is holding you out from. So Titan played a blinder of a game. We can't take that away from them, but just like the smaller little adjustment could have potentially denied Gladiator 3 free points.
Yeah, and we saw actually another SPG decent game, 7 elims again, so there's still no racking up points, which we're happy to see. Still want to see presence of the 2 other players I mentioned on the pre-show. They're a little bit lower, not too much coming out from the MADBULLS. The fact that this is the game where MADBULLS is playing, where Major Pride is playing, they don't get many points, Gladiators get it up, like that PMGC ranking is going to be in shambles at the end of this phase, I'm sure. So they're catching up real quick.
That's a good point. What did you say? It was like 63 points before, and now...
60-something points, yeah.
With 20-some points more
40
chewing into that's crazy. And again, I think looking at the start of phase 2, I think neither of us would have believed that Gladiators was going to make this happen, potentially happen here, as Tixi does over 1,000 damage. But Havlik and Icy on the other side of this, alongside Old Boy as well. Man, Titan was having a blinder of a game.
Yeah, we were talking about Titan a little bit, how they were able to just carve their way outside of Hacienda del Patron. They're making their fight versus VULGAR boys at the time. They were looking so impressive. That transition towards Gladiators was going to be rough. But I think you brought up a point too, right, is that Robs doesn't seem that present, but he's still such a great player. But to me, at least, it seems like he's outshined a bit by how Icy and Havlik are performing, but he's setting up those 2 players just so well. So Robs is still impactful, despite maybe not racking in a ton of elims.
No, indeed. I mean, it's hard to look great alongside all of these guys.
It is.
But yeah, Gladiators looking fantastic with their damage output and holding that position. Now, one concept we were talking about, Max, as well, is what the way Gladiators gears up for the location and gears up for the play style that they're going to be potentially playing in a game like this, right? Let's take a look at the highlights and let's talk about this, because it's about weapons and it's about what they're carrying, right?
Yeah, exactly. When they want to play an edge play style, they tend to go for... They're still going to have some mini 14s, some long-range weaponry, especially Matic. We've seen it multiple times now. He likes to play that long-range kind of weaponry. But when they play edge, they know they're potentially going to have to breach, play a lot more aggressive, pushing locations, so they're going to have more DPSs on their side. In this game, because of how the circle worked out, we know they have a very northern drop, right? They're going to get long-range weaponry for pretty much all the players. They all have mini 14s ready to boot from the get-go.
Yeah.
And you mentioned also, right, Kalaris, they know they're not going to be able to loot, so they need to adapt on that one too.
Yeah, so there's going to be a situation where if you are playing that edge style, you probably would carry less ammo and try and go for more utility, right? But for a compound like this, when you're taking this central position, you want to load up on ammo as much as possible because you're not going to be able to get to those body boxes. Yeah, 250 on Meku. I think Tixie up on the high ground had like 300 5.56 bullets as well whilst this was all going on. So over time, they're just shooting at everything and knowing that they're just going to have to be not necessarily conserving ammo, but just absolutely blistering. Like Tixie by the end of this actually had very little ammo left about him, to be perfectly honest, because they were just shooting everything.
And then he started blasting, the entirety of the game. And Tixie, as always, goes for the off angle to just try and lock down that game versus the opposing team of KONINA Power. We had an interesting conversation there. We were talking about maybe KONINA Power could have third-party that fight of Gladiators versus Titan. Yeah. VIRTUS.PRO were threats, so I understand that KONINA Power took it slow because if you breach the compound while Gladiators fight Titan, you open up the floodgates for a VIRTUS.PRO to then backstab you and maybe steal the win away. So it was a complicated situation. I still think this was a really strong game from KONINA Power, but it was a tricky finish for them to try and take it away from GG.
Yeah, if you wanted any hopes as KONINA Power of winning this game, you had to finish the VIRTUS.PRO situation quickly and then make that crash earlier if possible at all. Getting stuck in no man's land like that against the position that Gladiators has is not a possible thing at all. It's impossible. Anyway, let's move on from all of that as well here. I think we have the overalls ready. Yes, we do. Oh, look at that, tied up at the top. Gladiators, 4 wins in the last 5 matches played, has just propelled themselves into this amazing position. And look, it's 1 placement point difference, 1 elim point difference here. Just dead even in both categories.
Yeah, now it's just a winner chicken dinner that's making the difference for the tiebreaker here between the 2 teams. But do you remember the time when Gladiators won a second page? Like, oh, what's happening? This is a bit weird. But Here you go. They're bringing it back. They've perfected their playstyle. They can play edge. They can play center. Pretty much right now, because they've been working on this playstyle in this lobby, they've really adapted as much as they possibly could. You can throw anything at them and they'll find a way to try and make it work. That's how scary this team currently is after improving so significantly throughout the past 4 weeks now, it seems. So yeah, they're looking so good, overtaking MADBULLS. They were looking so ever consistent. They're not going to stop. They're just going to keep racking up points as they go on.
Honestly, we don't end today without another Gladiators win when they're feeling this good, right? Like I
think so. We got Livik too.
yeah. Oh my days. What a ridiculous situation we've been in for this past day and a half. But anyway, down towards the bottom here, again, this cutoff point, 13th and below will not be making the Livik match. So all of these teams need to book up their ideas a little bit going into Sanhok. But now that I think about that, looking at the groups and who's playing here, some of these guys won't be playing, right? The Nameless not playing. So I mean, to be fair though, like 19th and 20th, there's absolutely no shot you're going to be able to get a big day here. Considering your form, it's not going to be possible to get to that Livik match probably.
Yeah, unless you start copying exactly what Gladiators are doing. Chances are it is not going to work out. Though looking at the Sanhok stats here, Titan doing them a lot, but I actually didn't expect that. But yeah, Titan's actually doing really well on this map. About just 1.3k damage average, just under 7 average limbs per game. So once again, the fragging power is there. It's reaching the late game, it's a little bit tougher. So I want to see some change on that, hopefully.
I'm surprised to not see some names on there like VP, etc. and things like that. But anyway, we could talk forever about this. Let's head on over to the commentators here. We're going to be moving on to the jungle, and Blank and Jackie are going to guide you through it.
We're going to be chopping back the overgrown leaves with our proverbial machetes, which will be our words, Blank, because we're going to be dropping bars on this one. Another exciting game as we move into our second battleground.
Yeah, some iron bars. We're going to hammer out into a machete, a cutlass type shape of a weapon to cut back on the jungle, to reveal the end game for the masses at home who are watching, fervently waiting for Gladiators to come out with another big win. Scared though. Sanhok, it's not their best map, man. I don't like how Gladiators play this map, but that could all change. Like Max was saying, they're just scaling for the late game. It's really silly.
You know what I can smell going into our first Sanhok?
Go on, tell me what those nostrils are sniffing.
It smells like everyone's got lucky that Titan aren't here, mate, because we won't have to have the classic KASIK Titan back and forth that ruins everything in the early game. And hang on, Is there an undertone of potentially an upset? Ooh, maybe a chicken dinner we don't see going the way of Gladiators? Oh, mate, it smells like this is going to be a different sort of game, Blank. This one smells like it could be an interesting one.
What is this from Meku? What's going on here? Oh, I thought he was going to stop off in Ruins, which would have been a bit of an insane play.
It's a hell of a split, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, Meku, come on, man. Not worth it, not worth it. Gonna go for something very natural, though, for the Gladiators. Meku underneath towards that south side of Camp Alpha. Just waiting for that circle, though. We'll define a lot coming through. You know what I'd like? I'd like to see a northwest circle and Gladiators take a Sanhok for free and then just run away with those PMGC points towards the end. Quizzy was like, yeah, they've figured it out. They know what's going on now. Which seems like a really unfair way for a lot of these teams to finish off. You know, Major Pride, MADBULLS, just stonks after stonks in these games, really consistent, putting up some nice averages. Last 2 days, Gladiators just like to win now, actually.
They've looked at their name, they were all sat there, they're watching back the VODs, and they've gone, guys, do you realise how our name says GG in it? And everyone went, whoa, hang on. Should we be winning?
Oh, I think we should be winning.
And then they never lost a game again. I mean, mate, honestly, the weird bit is, like, kind of is just how it feels like, right? Like, they just woke up on the right side of the pillow, suddenly something had clicked, and they're just running away game after game after game. And at this point, it kind of does feel unfair to doubt them, you know? Let's see how far it goes. We're living for it. Ooh, might not be living for too long, though, if you are either a unicorn or a tuna. Your days are probably numbered, because right now there's a clash of the animal kingdom, mythological or regular, with Tuna losing out one man already, and Rolkis finding placement on nades as he wants to instigate the fight again.
Legendary Tuna skewered by the mythical unicorn. So one player goes down purple with a nade, throws it out. Pretty whimsical, that nade as well. Don't even really know what he was trying to hold off. Rolkis is in, finds another 4v2 now, Jackie.
Rolkis, bring in the Raucus. Ooh, gotta protect you next, though, as they've been cut down by Zero, from zero to hero in a matter of seconds. As he ruins the unicorns there, the mighty Hoof was not strong enough to bypass the brick wall of Tuna, who now reposition with a drop down onto Rolkis. Oh, Blank. The unicorns of love. They're going to be the unicorns of sadness now.
What has happened there? I mean, you know, they've fashioned some kind of reed-breathing machinery, come onto land just 20 to 30 minutes at a time, but they've decimated the pack of the unicorns. They've got a taste for that horse.
Like supermarkets that have accidentally sold horse burgers. Tuna have had a taste, and they liked it apparently, Blank. They enjoyed that because they absolutely decimated them. They've cleaned them up instantly. That's a wild fight to lose. A fair play to Zero, though, in all honesty, right? That was a really nice hold.
Yeah, Don's Lapoo belt for unicorns. Unfortunate. I mean, Zero has always been quite a confident player over on Tuna, but it's just nice to see those clutch moments. Feels bad for Unicorns of Love, though. Again, just grouping up in that moment. I think when you come face-to-face with a Beryl as well in close quarters, not so difficult to manage the kick on that bad boy. And so just sprays down two. And with the limited resources that they had on side of Unicorns of Love, matter of time. But nice play. You know, everyone's out the window. They instantly kick it into fifth gear. Nice start, though. 2 teams already down. 14 remaining, 54 players. We just cut out quite a big portion of the lobby early on here. We'll make some of the rotations much easier. I mean, just look at the map, Jackie. From Cow on a line down towards Camp Bravo, there is no teams between them all the way down towards Painan. It is a very, very open map right now.
Feels that there is a lot of breathing room, considering the amount of clashes we've seen early. And here's one where normally you'd see Old Boy and co fighting tooth and nail to grasp on to this drop spot towards Benite. Instead, KASIK team, they're just giving it for free this time. Of course, as Titan aren't going to be present sitting out this game, not in the lobby, probably the dream scenario for KASIK team, really, as it just feels like this bout is never ending. Titan are too stubborn, KASIK team are too stubborn. They will always fight over that drop spot with no secondary backup to go for, and someone walks away either completely ruined or losing a few players each time. So it kind of really does leave you feeling uncomfortable. Meanwhile, you had a flashback there of PERMITTA up on screens. We saw the plays that they were making to give them the elimination points, being the other squad that have already got 4 elims under their belt.
Yeah, just showing the Athis every game, hitting them with the peace sign. See you later. It's all love, brother, but you will have to leave the lobby. No Mercy Warriors down towards this south side of the map. Looking over towards the MUERTE, who have lined up on the other side. You know, there have been a couple of shots coming through from No Mercy a couple of times over towards the MUERTE that has left them feeling black and blue. But they do often get away from this one, albeit with one less player. So I think the MUERTE has to be really careful here. Not sure how worth it is extending this fight between them and No Mercy Warriors, as opposed to maybe just ducking down towards Sami, picking up one of these compounds, playing in from that south side in that open space. Yeah, you'll let No Mercy Warriors in, but I think it's probably worth it. The amount of teams that still have to make their way down, the amount of teams you know that fight around Camp Charlie as well as Cave in these circles, I don't think the MUERTE needs to get involved on this.
You might not think it.
I know.
MUERTE.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're thinking, but it probably rhymes with blight. Fight was the word blank I was looking for there.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Because I think they will. I think they will.
I think they will as well. You're right, it is a bit like Blight. This is a plagued performance down towards the south side every single time. Like, it just feels sickening to watch, where all these teams mash up. Sort of it's the Cave Camp Charlie blender that we like to call it. It's just it's not a fun place to be in.
Oh, I like the idea of the guy from Will It Blend. He just takes the top off and goes, "Don't breathe that. That's MUERTE dust."
It's not good. It's not good for you. I disagree with it. And I think that the fact that MUERTE's actually got a player across the water right now, it is in the shallows, so he can get back. Just feels like they're sort of locked in for this one, throwing away the key, ready to take it all the way to the next level. Gladiators, in the meantime, had a very easy, nifty rotation down towards Trifecta compound. Yeah, they're not in the center, but again, this week was all about playing edge. Last week was all about center. So we have cracked the code here. Potentially, this is where we finally see maybe a good Gladiators Sanhok game. It's been a while.
It'd be nice to see. It bodes well, because then it's not just familiar territory where we're saying, okay, yeah, we've seen what you've got on your Miramars, we've seen what you've got on your Erangels. It's the fact that if you can do it on a Sanhok as well, you're giving us so much more in terms of the map pool, right? Every battleground is something you're really comfortable on, and we know that you can contend for chicken dinners. Could just be the extra step on top of what has already been a huge climb up the ladder for them. And keep in mind as well, of course, when we were showing the overall stats before, the difference in that head-to-head is just one more chicken dinner, and they've already had so many of them. Who's to say you can't squeeze out one more already here today and just project yourself further up, really, bypass any sort of point where you'd have to leave it up to fate, leave it up to a tiebreaker. Just take that commandingly by your own actions. SBG, though, their action is to wait, buy their time, and then peek up to strike on Vulgar Boy's rotation and try and fragment it. And that man's relatively far away from the rest of the squad. Being able to get him back up is probably going to be a bit of an impossible task. So Vulgar Boys receiving the rough end of the draw on this one.
SBG, it's just lovely to be able to talk about them a little bit more. I mean, the boys over the desk, me and you, we've both been very pleased with their gameplay over the past couple of days. It feels much more like the norm. Now Valo back in the mix, looks really good. Snowix, you are one lucky dude. The fact that he's able to get back towards the tree there, he should just have about enough time to get that first aid kit up before the play zone gets him. That is unbelievable. He is so lucky, Jackie.
He's cheated death on that one. I don't really think there's any other way to describe that, right? That's insane. You opened it up with the instant knock onto VULGAR, boys. You think that you secured that one. It's in the bag. Snowix then has to basically dance around the bullets that are being peppered at his feet. A singular HP, tucks in behind the tree line. The zone doesn't tickle him in time, so the rest of the team also continues the fight, backstabbing onto VULGAR, boys, exchanging blow for blow. And now this is just getting a bit awkward. It's kind of messy in the amount of damage that's been done. Tresley's still up and kicking. Meanwhile, we flick over to MUERTE cam as they're controlling the bridge and battling down from the elevated angles. It's a good peek from Furia. He loves to take these sort of fights, and he's so damn crisp at it. Again, cheating death, but the zone this time won't be so favorable. Does take him out. Teammate close by, though. MUERTE looking to recover after wiping them out.
Mate, by thy Nomi's name, they've done it. I can't believe they've actually come out down towards Camp Charlie. This is a real change of pace in this game. I'm sort of surprised. It's the first time in a long time we've seen MUERTE extricate themselves from the situation in the Camp Charlie cave blender. I'll come out on top. This is looking very smooth. It's looking very silky. It looks good. I would breathe that in.
Please don't breathe that, sir. Nope, give me the pot.
Give me the pot.
Now give me the blender right now.
I need to have a smell. That is some good stuff. I'm actually very pleased. I think MUERTE definitely took their time a little bit with that one. No Mercy Warriors usually would find themselves a little pick off, and it felt more and more like we were seeing the boys from MUERTE just being a bit more cautious with their pushes there, a bit more cautious with their splits, and maintaining control over those angles from No Mercy Warriors whilst focusing on trying to hold out this bridge. Narvalo goes down. Snowix comes through with the DBS, and SPG, they've played a pretty decent game over towards this northeast side. They are far outside the circle, though. Stage 3, it will hurt quite a bit at this point. Feels a bit more like needles. So they're going to have to get away from it, get towards that circle itself. That means passing past Painan, as well as Camp Charlie, potentially going for the center bridge crossing. But Major Pride, they make a long rotation down towards this southern edge. Gladiators, they head over towards the western side of Ruins. They're going to try and move in, but that's Shockwave ahead of them right now. Let's see how they deal with that.
We get a bit of Nexus cam as well. Ooh, it seemed like it was Nexus that were landing the punches quite cleanly up against No Mercy Warriors, but trade back, blow for blow. One of the players now knocked on either side. That'll be Octavian for Nexus that needs to be recovered, and then it's way back for the rest of No Mercy Warriors to try and peek into this one. Problem is, they're quite fragmented, actually, with not too much map geometry to provide cover for them. Just slivers of cover, and they're just being swung on peak after peak. Nexus keep forcing the issue until they decimate them down to absolutely no one and wipe them out of the equation. So, clean stuff from Nexus. We get to see the rotation from MUERTE as well, that are back on the move.
And straight down towards the south side. Pick themselves up a compound too. Yes! So happy to see this.
Yes!
Yes! Get in!
We're in the building!
They have arrived! Prepare the welcome packages because MUERTE's playing the game. It's fantastic to see. I think that, yeah, realistically, Sanhok has been such a difficult map for them. Fair few times. Jackie, and it's just lovely to see them actually hitting these rotations now. I would like to see Milky Way remove himself from this outpost. This feels very dangerous, Jackie. I don't like it.
Yeah, a bit worrying, a little bit scary. I don't know.
He's dead.
I don't know if that's going to help. I mean, yeah, he's gone.
It's an overzealous push. I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to hold out, see who's going to come in behind, but I think you just hold that compound, play from there. MADBULLS, though, get the dream compound. Gladiators, though, actually, you know what? Predicting Gladiators, doing it right now.
He loves it. I mean, they've been playing a blinder. They've had some crazy days here in PMPL EU, so who's to say they can't do it once more? Keep on adding to it. Furia, the big man with the grenade belt around his waist, though, lobbing nade after nade, and already damage is being done. Dot Project feeling the brunt of this one. Oh, that is grotesque. Follow up as well, being primed as he's ready to decimate them and leave them absolutely lifeless on the push. Wow. The nade will do it. Furia, the fantastic showmanship with the frags.
Yeah, the the Grenadier back in action once again. Explosion after explosion, ripping the shrapnel through the lads from Dark Project. And that certainly was a Dark Project coming through from the guy on Furia. A little bit dark for my liking. Crazy plays, vicious in the night there coming from Furia.
Okay, Alpha team. I haven't said their names too much today. Been a bit quiet. But they've found the odd elim so far in this game. 2 with a little bit more being added to it as well, as they're able to battle down onto SBG and so far do so quite cleanly with no one responding. The play zone helping them out as well to take down the last man. So SBG actually finally taken out of the game as well. Dino, he's instigating the fight here. Wants to try and swoop his way in onto Alpha. He's got backup. The squad relatively close by as well. Fragmented on his own as he pushes out towards the left, looking to entry on this one. Instead, he's dealt with, and the teammates now feeling the pressure. They weren't close enough to really trade this.
It's difficult. Naomi, though, up front. This is the lead singer of the band from Major Pride, looking to get something done here. Oh, 2 predictions to Gladiators. Yes, Max, man. He's backing me up there like that. Nomi's going in, though. Massive plays coming through already. Nice net over the top, and he continues to push down. Wants to get rid of some of these lads that are knocked. Remove that information gathering from the side. He's only got effect with him, but these are the 2 biggest fraggers on side. First, he goes in from a stun grenade. Does good work. Reflect right next to him. Hasn't spotted him. There's a Rushel in the brush, and in they go for the tussle straight afterwards. An Alpha team just about keep themselves alive here.
Major Pride being bested as the Kings of the Jungle couldn't win out versus big old Alpha that are able to now reset from this and keep on moving. Talking of which, similar sort of story here for Gladiators as they've been roaming. They've been taking names bit by bit. They've got the confidence to split up as well, play a bit more of the buddy system, have those 2 duos that are looking to isolate fights and have more lines of sight across the battlefield. So you can see left, you can see towards the right-hand flank. You've got a good read on where the pushes are coming from and can just have these bits of early warning for the fight. For KASIK, they're basically trapped as well. I mean, Trofka's back towards this rock-hand side and they seem to have his numbers. So this is really set up nicely again for Gladiators, actually. Eyes on them in this position.
Yeah, I mean, big up to the production team as well, because a great catch from them. As you just saw on the overall rankings, Gladiators have just taken first place by 1 point off of Major Pride with that elimination that came through. So cool to see. And they're going to play from this northern edge. They've got so much space to work around with. Shockwave took that compound over towards the western side. I thought Gladiators would send towards it, but actually the better idea to play from this high ground over towards the north side. Smart stuff from them, looking to finish off the final players from KASIK team. Furia will be taken out. That's by Alpha. Currently still going. They have 3 players, 7 eliminations. This is a real resurgence from Alpha.
This is wild how they're actually starting to get themselves into the game, looking like maybe they do have an awful lot to show us here. Tixi, he's been so good. I feel like that's a statement that you could apply to every player on the roster of Gladiators, but Tixi, in terms of some of the shots he's been hitting, he's looked so crisp today. Hasn't missed an impact connection with the gun once. If it was like any time he needs to hit a really pivotal shot, he will do so. And Kitsune's still alive at this point as well, helping out the rest of the boys on Gladiators, taking shots downrange and driving his shot straight onto the man that's rotating. Meanwhile, though, MADBULLS potentially getting flanked as Tenchik, he's had his belly down to the ground and been looking to close the distance.
I mean, MADBULLS currently have a really strong position right playing off this compound. A lot of open space around the watchtower as well to work with. Gladiators can move down over towards this ridge side, which will still be in the circle, and they're sort of hoping that it will just take MADBULLS out of this compound eventually. Once we get to zone 9, they've got to live it out till then. Matic's going to be holding out versus Shockwave, because Shockwave's push down this road, so difficult. The really big option that they have is to move over towards the northeast, towards where Gladiators are currently playing. So really good understanding from the Gladiators. I like this play from Matic as well. Trofka tries to get it in with the Tokyo Drift. It's just not happening.
MADBULLS Holding inside the building, waiting to see if they're going to be aggressive on. Meanwhile, everything is falling from the sky. Things are getting aggressive on this one. Shockwave up to their old chicks with the vehicles. They're going to be driving around and looking to bait out the peaks. Draw the crosshairs. Oh, this is aggro. They dive out the vehicle, try and swoop onto Gladiators and might ruin their hopes and dreams right here, right now. Gladiators have been hit with a shockwave and it's blown them off their feet. Matic struggling to recover. Cannot be done. They're overwhelmed and Shockwave have ruined them.
Ah, Kitsune. That is a real bad case of no shotgun proficiency. And he missed every single shot on the DVS. That should have been fairly simple. But great play from Shockwave. Great recovery. Now they set themselves in a position where they could technically win this game off the back of that. They'll get a full resupply on the kit from the Gladiators themselves. Alpha as well as MADBULLS will continue to contend against one another. Instantly, they drop the smokes. A good play from Shockwave, which keeps them in the circle. There's still hard cover ahead of them in towards this next zone. And it looks like it's getting further and further away from the MADBULLS. Eventually, they'll have to leave this compound. It's a waiting game. It's a real waiting game.
Playing the time. Decision-making needs to be perfect as well. Small intricacies could mean the difference of you being one step closer towards the chicken dinner and everything being pulled out from underneath you with how tight this game has been right now. Oh, Tulika. Clean connection. Good timing on the peak. Backed up by Zerich as well to unload onto Tenchik. And here's the play from Tuna. Too little too late on the flank up though. Fired his time for far too long. And MADBULLS will spot you. So no chance for that one being a bit of a cheeky maneuver. English up close and personal actually instantly gets the knock. Oh, the follow-up tag.
No.
This is huge.
Oh my God, English from KASIK. You can't do that to them. They've just beaten the team that was on fire, that was on a streak, and English brings it all to a close there. Snap shut the story on the Shockwave surprise win.
Oh, mate. Goes from bad to worst as well for Shockwave.
Finally down.
Yeah. English in the end going out in anguish as he'll be upset with that one, but still probably proud of himself for the maneuver he had to completely cut his way through. And problem is for Alpha, your days are numbered. The hard task on this one was cleaned up by the other squad, so MADBULLS are able to just roam on in and take the chicken dinner for free at that point as they finish off Alpha. Great game from them though. MADBULLS in the end getting that one.
I mean, it certainly feels like at some point MADBULLS need to get that win on under the belt, right? And I think that they consistently get one each day. This is what I was talking about at the start as well, is that, look, Gladiators have just started blasting, right? But you can't take away from the fact that Major Pride, as well as MADBULLS in particular, have just had these consistent days where it's a chicken dinner every single match, well, every single day, which is lovely. And I think that game, yeah, it kind of sets themselves up for success playing in Ruins. It's a quick and easy rotation over towards that eastern side. But still, fantastic play style. It's versus teams that are taking shots down towards you on the south, as well as playing around Alpha, who are in a really awkward spot, Jackie. Great game.
No, fantastic stuff. You know, they rolled with the punches best they could, and in the end, they're going to be happy with that one. Let's get back to the desk then and break down our second game of the day.
Nobody else is allowed chicken dinners, all right? If you're not Gladiators, if you're not Major Pride, if you're not MADBULLS, nobody's getting a max, and MADBULLS get another one on the board.
What a game for MADBULLS. I mean, of course, they drop around it, so they're going to get easy priority access to those positions. But if you're not part of the big three, chicken dinner denied. You're not going to get it whatsoever. Really good game, though, coming out from Shockwave. I've been talking about them quite a bit. I want to see them avoid these early game fights, and they really did that the entirety of this match, wide wrapping around the western side. And look at that, one of their best games in a while, it seems, Kalaris, with 10 points on board and clearing out Gladiators compound. I want to see more of this Shockwave. Reaching the late game as 4, that is the way to go.
Yeah, they pushed really strong. I liked their approach towards it as well. There was kind of moments where I do think maybe Shockwave should have taken more damage on that fight. Like, for example, I don't think Gladiators really hit the shots that they should have done. But beyond that, we'll give them a pass considering they just won 4 out of the last 5 games. But Alpha team as well, absolutely wrecking face down towards the bottom of this circle, only eventually kind of stumped by the MADBULLS, eventually having the better compound against them overall. And 9th through 16th, as we take a little look further on down, an uncharacteristic, only 1 pointer from Major Pride coming in down here, but it's okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's just unfortunate for Major Pride because this is the game where MADBULLS were playing, where Gladiators were playing, and they both get decent points, so they're going to be struggling a bit on that race to PMGC position. But yeah, I'm happy with Alpha Team. I've always had this criticism for them, which is they tend to sometimes do these weird splits that don't really bring too much value. They didn't do it here, and because of that, you saw how many eliminations they were able to bring on board. They just sweeped away MUERTE, some portion of TUNA. Then the transition into MADBULLS was tough because the circle was just feeding you in their compound every step of the way, so you're not going to win that. There's no chance of that happening. But yeah, Alpha Team playing as a stack is the way I want it to go moving forward.
Yep, they looked great doing it. They looked great doing it. Meanwhile, another team that looks great doing it, of course, as we take a look closer at Alpha Team's stats, so let's take a bit of a deeper dive into this. Is Mandarin actually being able to take that #1 spot from them? It's a guy that, again, you know, Tenchik was stealing quite a bit of the spotlight away for Alpha Team, but it's good to see Mandarin there because I think we did have some high hopes for him coming into this tournament, which haven't materialized too much, but he does get moments here and there.
Yeah, he was the standout player, I would say, from Sly back at the time. And Reflect also was up there, but it's good to see, though. Yeah, so I was waiting for the sound there because Fiora was on a tear for MUERTE. And I really loved what Jackie and Blank were talking about during this game. They just avoided the cave blender, as they call it. They were able to make it out as a 4-man team, transition in the southern edge, and this is what MUERTE can do, playing edge as a 4-man. They can just sweep so many teams trying to enter their position. There was a bit of a weird moment where Milky Way was split and then they lost him instantly, I think, to Dark Project. But Furia, with the nades, Grenadier is just on point every step of the way. Loving how he plays.
I'm wondering if the younger kids even know Will It Blend anymore. Do you, Max? I know that you're about
I don't. I just stole it from Blank and Jackie there, but I do.
Yeah. See, we're all old. Actually, no, I say that they're not old boys either. Never mind. All right. Let's take a look at the highlight. It's just me. It's just old Papa Colaris over here. Anyway, we got the highlights coming at you here for this one as we had
this fight.
Oh no.
Zero and Obita really just popped off out of nowhere. They had no reason to win that fight.
I don't get it. I don't get it for the Unicorns, man. I'm done.
I feel a bit brutal for Unicorns. It feels like they gave up a bit. I don't see them trying compared to the phase 1 where they were trying to go for rotates and stuff.
Here's what I want. I want Unicorns of Love to commit to a roster beyond just one season and make it work down the line. Okay, if your individual components aren't working out, I get it. But there's no world them changing roster every single season is the way, right? Like, anyway, never mind.
Actually, do you want an interesting fact?
Go on.
Rawkiss is currently the world record in PUBG Mobile for the most rosters he was part of.
Oh, really? How many times was he on
I'm joking. Unicorns? I made that up. I made it up. But you believed it. You didn't believe it.
Of course I believed it. Anyway.
Oh, well. Good games otherwise. Moving forward away from Unicorns of Love. Alpha Team, as I said, sticking a little bit closer together, able to res up. That is the main things they couldn't really work on before. They would lose players and be incapable of bringing them back up. But these circles just feeding everything towards MADBULLS. And I think you stated it right, Colaris. One of the lowest elimination games for MADBULLS, but in a circle like this where they drop, it's kind of expected.
Yeah, one of the lowest elimination wins, to be specific with all of that, yeah. I'm just looking. Rawkiss has been on Unicorns of Love 3 times. Oh, was he on loan at one point to Twisted Minds? And that's why it was Unicorns, Twisted Minds, Unicorns, Twisted Minds,
It's too much to remember. I don't know.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're only harsh on them, I think, because we would love to see the organization Unicorns of Love do well. Anyway, let's focus on some other cool things that are going on the overalls and see what's happening over there. Because now Gladiators has been able to seize #1 definitively here. But again, you know, I make light of the fact that, you know, the Gladiators, Major Pride, MADBULLS aren't letting anybody else win. But 4 wins, 5 wins, 5 wins. This is borderline oppressive what they're able to do so far, the big 3.
Yeah, the big three sponge right now is Vector's in full lift for these guys. One cool thing, Gladiators aren't playing this next game, so Major Pride, MADBULLS, maybe a way to just close that gap a little bit versus Gladiators. That's going to be good for them to go. Though, yeah, MUERTE, as I said, good to see them survive a little bit longer. They are definitely a top 5 contender. I love seeing them up here. Are they a top 5 team, though, Kalaris? Or you'd like to see a little bit higher? I don't know.
I think they're a top 5 team. Looking at the teams that are above them, I think they're a top 5 team. Like, it's difficult to give them the accolades that would put them at a station higher than Titans and the big 3, right? Like, it is difficult to make that argument, I think.
I think it's the first time you've responded positively to that question.
Yeah.
They are, in fact, in the right position where they deserve to be. Slide a little bit lower, though. SPG still only 4 points this game. A little bit lower than their 7 points to initiate the day earlier on that Miramar match. But we still expect them to start popping off a little bit more, hopefully. But we stated, right, there's so many wins for the top 3 teams. The bottom 12 barely got any. It's just so top heavy. The top teams are just crushing the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, whilst I have said multiple times on these seasons that we are constantly getting leveling up of the, the lobby time and time again, the players always get leveling up and stuff like that. I do feel like the divide between the top and the bottom has never been more stark here, Max. It looks a little bit ridiculous, especially in Phase 2.
Yeah, I hope that a lot of the teams that are in the middle of the pack or low on the rankings are going to take this as a big learning opportunity. It's the transition we saw from fall of last year into spring of this year, right? A lot of the Western European teams, like your Gladiators, your Game Lords at the time, improved significantly. So if they can learn from it and apply it to their own gameplay, next year, maybe we'll see some of these bottom teams be at the top.
And one place that does not divide, does not judge left or right. It's Monster Energy here. They are for everyone. They are here for PMPL EU, and they're here for you at home. What a wholesome message. It's time now to head on over to the next game here with Blank and Jackie to bring you all the action.
Oh, heart-touching stuff there from Kalaris. That's what he's here for, man. He hits you right in the feels. He gets you ready for the games, Blank, because there's more action to be had.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really like the fact that the inanimate object's here for you, though, right? Not us, guys. We're not here for you, apparently. It's just the monster. But at the end of the day, when you need it most, the monster is there for you. I can't deny that. I really cannot. There's been many a nights when I need to get work done, and that monster saved my life.
Sat in the fridge, waiting. Yeah, you hear the fateful.
Yeah.
That was pretty good, right?
That was pretty good. Yeah, I almost thought you'd cracked a monster.
I actually used to be a ring pull in a previous life.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that you used to do the voiceover for Monster.
I actually used to do the can opening sound effects. Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. I love that.
Oh, God. I had to retire, too much strain on the throat.
Yeah, it's fair play. It's a difficult job. It's a difficult job being Gladiators as well, man. I mean, like, the amount of points they put up, it was certain that streak had to come to the end at some point, but they still got very far into that game, into even a position where technically they could have won. Kitsune, he ran out of gas, though. The DBS, it just wasn't as potent as it could be. Fair play to him. He's been playing a lot with a Mini 14, maybe not really back in that grind of the DBS meta, where it's really up in your face. But Furia has finally overtaken Nomi. New Gunbay in the lobby. Yes, please.
Oh, sprinkle the gunpowder on this man. He deserves it as well. He's been playing some blinding PUBG Mobile. I think in terms of, utility usage, instigating fights, just being really smart with the way he's played it mechanically, he's been through the roof. So glad we're getting a bit of a highlight onto him there. No surprises that Matic's got 9 headshots under his belt as well. Guy's just been so damn crisp when it comes to his aiming.
The Matic machine, he is really on target so many times. To grenade him, to grenade Fury at 15. Lovely to see that. Northern Circle at the moment up towards that top side. Severny in play. MUERTE head over towards Lipovka. Nexus will be watching out for that rotation. Gladiators aren't playing this match, so MADBULLS and Major Pride looking to duke it out to try and take that top spot back off them. But that will leave Gladiators with a game in hand after this to try and regain that position. But what a game from them. Obviously, MADBULLS, they weren't content with that 3rd place spot, not being in that contention of getting towards that #1 position by the end of the day. We are in our 3rd match, 2 more to go, including the Livik right at the end. So there is still volatility right at the top of the leaderboard in between MADBULLS, Major Pride, and Gladiators. And I say that, but again, we saw how quickly Gladiators rose through the ranks yesterday. Will another team surprise us at the end of the day? You'll just have to keep watching to find out.
I think one of the interesting tidbits as well to look at is, yeah, sure, Gladiators last map, right, weren't able to get themselves another chicken dinner. But the body language looked good. They actually took themselves quite far into the game. And lest we forget, 2 of those chicken dinners we saw yesterday, Blank, were on Erangel. You know, this is the map that really was the springboard for them. Now we're back here today. Gladiators, I see no reason why they're not going to be able to think back onto some of the highlights, you know, kind of play that back in their mind and go, okay, comfortable map again. Let's just see if we can do it again. So a lot riding on this one. I think for Gladiators, they're just having a day of it. Wouldn't be surprised if again here we're just shouting about Gladiators the longer this one goes on.
I wish we could, bro. But fortunately, they're having their game off. They are.
Oh, look, they've died already. Nightmare. Nightmare.
17 teams, they're out already. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We're all good. This is sort of the MADBULLS Major Pride parade right now. I think that is the thing that we need to take a look at in particular. They are scarily close to one another, with Effect playing up towards Sunken. Close to the MADBULLS. And I think that Major Pride certainly understand that MADBULLS are that team, right? That could take that away from them. So making sure to try and keep them in check is very important. I think you come off that back of that last game where they take the win on Sanhok, it still feels like the MADBULLS are extremely hungry. Because we have talked a lot about Major Pride, we talked a lot about Gladiators taking that PMGC slot, but we cannot forget about the MADBULLS, who have impressed us so much and all the time.
Even in games where it feels like really they should just be completely overwhelmed as well. They've just been having some great days of it. So yeah, MADBULLS, watch, have under the microscope, absolutely. I think Major Pride as well, cooling off just a little bit compared to what we had earlier on in the week. If we go back towards like day 3, they were just popping off. They had a great week in terms of the games they were able to find, going through strength to strength. Started to feel like they were kind of going on the Gladiator arc that we're now seeing today. At the minute, though, past couple games, not been as crisp from them, not been as quick to the draw potentially in some of the decision making. Similar kind of thing that we can attribute onto Dagestan as well, because Dagestan, they were really coming into this week starting to feel like they had good gravitas into a lot of the plays they were making. Unfortunate in some of the upsetting dives that they've had to deal with going into today's games. They've kind of been crashed a few times where they would probably hope they would have a bit more longevity to a few of these games. We've got SHOCKWAVE on screen for now, though. SHOCKWAVE, actually, have looked pretty good. You know, the previous fight we saw into the last game where they basically just wiped out Gladiators all off the back of the shotties up close, it showed us some weaknesses that were interesting.
Yeah, I do think that for SHOCKWAVE in that last game, it is sort of curious to watch that one out, especially with how set up Gladiators were for that push. They knew it was coming. They knew they would be sending their way at some point, and still they were able to take that fight. And I think that just comes off the back of SHOCKWAVE being quite the strong little team when it comes to those engagements, those team fights. They're very used to it by now. They take a lot of these hot drops, so they're no strangers. It's getting right in your face with the shotguns, getting things done in a scrappy environment where the pressure is on. So I think that's where SHOCKWAVE does thrive a little bit. Some of their rotations just are a little bit careless at the end of the day, because it really did feel like they had they were thinking one step ahead in that last game, which was we need to get towards that top side. Then things really died down a little bit. No smokes. They could have headed down towards some a little bit more presence in that circle with some of the hard cover in front of them, as opposed to heading over towards ground that wasn't exactly cleared already. They had to be concerned about those solos, but no, I don't really think about it. So for SHOCKWAVE, it does require just a little bit more forward planning from them. Titans right now, average eliminations at 7.43, which is a gargantuan stat for a team here on Erangel. It's actually quite impressive to look at that. And again, slowly back in. Right now, who's he replacing? Is it Old Boy?
That's a curious one.
might be Rob's, actually.
The swap has been there. Okay. I mean, that could be intriguing, especially for Titan to go off of the back of, what was it, 14 eliminations, something like that we had earlier today already as well, where they were looking pretty damn crisp in terms of the moves they were making. Could be something to write home about. Yeah, we can actually see on the overview here in terms of the squad, see who's been subbed out. Does look like it's Rob's. Does seem like Rob's has been traded on the 1-for-1.
I'm still not sure. I think Rob's is in the vehicle of Icy, and it's Havlik that's been brought out, which makes no sense after that incredible move that he made. Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
he is Havlik.
Wow, okay.
Why have we put my boy in jail? That doesn't make any sense.
That is odd. It doesn't feel like it fits as well, especially like you were saying with the narrative of, the day so far. Havlik was pretty crisp, bro. Like he was hitting some nice shots today. Had that massive maneuver, obviously, where he basically single-handedly just survived his way through the horde of Unicorns of Love. Okay, that's a weird one. I wonder what the thought process is behind that for Titan.
Yeah, it's confusing. Maybe it's just a case of Titans just have to put their players in bench jail now and again. Get a little bit too hot to handle. Calm down. Slow it from here. Slowly it's coming back in for a little bit.
Yeah, take a second.
Yeah, take a second. We'll get you back in for the next game if you've been good. All right. Shifting up towards this northern side, everyone has to make a massive migration now. Start flapping those albatross wings. Get up towards Severny. Really big shift on the circle. Not a lot of people were prepared for this one. KONINA Power will suffer quite a bit for this, down towards Sosnovka. Aces, not even bothered from Dark Project, still in Primos. Needs to get a move on.
So, MADBULLS on the move as well, up towards Alpha. We also saw Titan basically trying to swoop onto the isolated duo of Major Pride. Did a lot of damage onto Dino, but he was able to jump into the backseat of his teammate's car, get the stims in and get away. So they keep themselves safe for now. So over towards Severny then, it's Alpha that bypass MADBULLS. They take compound control and set up here with their crosshairs honed in up towards the horizon where MUERTE are coming from. And Zerich, man, if it was anyone else, you'd feel like, yeah, it might be a bit of an ambiguous shot to start taking if they peek. But for Zerich, these are his primetime angles. He loves those fights. If anyone peeks in blank, he'll be in for a treat.
Yeah, he's got a very stable hand, this guy. The shots that he comes out with, like, do you know what I'd be very curious? I'd love to see Zerich's settings, see what he's using, what the gyro is, if he even uses it. But we'll see, because he is just incredibly accurate at this point in time.
Yeah, he never misses a beat.
Doesn't. I actually really like this spot that MADBULLS have taken. Fleek alongside with Frozen God, they're trying to take a very aggressive split here, maintain control over a fair few positions. Over towards the cargo crates and that compound that they currently have Tulika and Zerich in. That is an incredible spot in terms of an endgame finish. And I think right now you've got Fleek and Frozen God trying to acquire a little bit of information, acquire another compound to move over towards if we get a western shift on the circle. But if we do head over towards where Tulika and Zerich is playing, it's almost a certain win once you get towards Zone 5, because the area around it is so flat, so open, there's no hard cover. You just get shot out by these players that can just play off the back of the crates, play off the back of the walls. It is a disgusting location to assault. You are slightly in danger at this point of the game in Stage 2, coming into Stage 3, of being crashed upon though, and that's the one thing that I do worry about.
Yeah, you're running a lot of risks here potentially in terms of just being overwhelmed. If, like you're saying, a crash of rhinos appears and smashes into your compound, looks to try and take those fights with a numbers advantage. Big moves for most of the squads now, though, with even Nexus starting to close the gap between being inside of the blue and making it up towards the new zone. Dark Project on screens here as they seem to be close by to Unicorns of Love. Whittled down already, it seems, as the Unicorns have lost a little bit of their firepower. This is interesting in the Elium feed as well. A fight between the MADBULLS and also the other neighboring squads that are all on top of them, with a bit of an exchange with even VULGAR boys being able to find a knock onto Major Pride. Continuing on, though, Unicorns of Love realizing that Dark Project are on the move, but they don't expect Espo, who's gone running in, takes the matters into his own hands, eats the nade and gets blown away.
I think Woodson was very visible behind that Krite there. Ivaneska moves in, will find one over towards CJ, but Woodson on the prowl here with the nade, banks it off the side, won't find anything off the back of it. Ivaneska looking to send one of his own. Doesn't need to do a lot of damage considering how low Woodson already is, but assumes the nade's coming in, backs himself into the building. This next nade could be gorgeous. He's lining up just right. Never mind, I lied.
It would have been huge.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite bank it off of the door frame. Instead, it kind of just leaves him susceptible. You would have thought to being overwhelmed. Woodson makes a courageous play in the most uncomfortable manner possible, Blank.
Yeah, great little move from Woodson here. And he's had clutch moments in the past as well. He's a fantastic little player. And in the past, we've seen him on a fair few teams and always comes out big, no matter what. That molly should be the end of him, though. Nice little play there. Shockwave currently barreling their way through. The guys from No Mercy Warriors, Wagnazada, will have to drop out and get something done. Wobbly, very low, but still finishes off the fight. And now Terminus has to send in for the hero play towards his teammates. Wobbly does get the first aid kit off, and Terminus drops out. Very low HP with the PPP zone, but it won't be enough. One last player in Aza goes for the heal. He's so close to death. And now he has to hit them with the taser. Go for a couple of eliminations.
Oh, trying his best with his belly on the ground, but he can't stand tall on this one. Aza shut down as No Mercy Warriors survive the battle on the hill, barely, even with the damage that's been inflicted onto them. TUNA close by as well, looking for a piece of the proverbial pie on this one, with MUERTE setting up inside of the compound over towards Saverny. There's been so much carnage in the past few moments that we've even lost some of our big names in terms of the squads. Major Pride were taken out as Titan were able to win out on the clash for the compound there, leaving them removed. And so we've actually really whittled our way through quite a few squads quite quickly on this one, and these fights are giving us no room to breathe either. VP still duking it out inside of the blue. You've got to find your way through not only MUERTE but potentially VULGARs as well, Blank. This is looking horrific for the rotate.
Yeah, it is horrible right now for a lot of teams trying to get into the circle. And you mentioned it, the big one here, the big move was Titans taking down Major Pride, because Major Pride for them, this was such an important game. Gladiators are not playing. That big threat that is taking most of these wins, not in the lobby, yet you go out early, allowing Gladiators to potentially extend the lead. And with how they've been playing recently, there's a likely chance that they'll be able to make that one happen. It's very terrifying. Even MADBULLS losing one player. They were forced down towards this south side. They're still in a good spot alongside the pizza slice that comes out from the lake of Yasnaya. This could be a game for them, but they lost a player too. So it's not ideal for these two teams trying to chase down, hunt down Gladiators who have soared past them.
Makes it harder to bridge the gap on points. Not what you want here for Major Pride. Titan, though, have been having a huge game. Potentially, they've gotten too big for their boots, though, as they've been given the boot by Dagestan, losing so much. It's only slowly that's alive, and you can see him basically on a bit of a getaway mission, just trying to breathe on out of there and create some space. Meanwhile, space is not something the VULGAR boys will have as a commodity here, as they are right on top of MUERTE, using all of their smokes to block off line of sight, giving any kind of benefit they can find themselves with this utility. Trade back from Malloy as he'll dash the nade out and look to detonate onto them. You gotta feel so rough if you're MUERTE in a spot like this. It really does feel uncomfortable. They're not going to be able to reset from this one too easily. They're kind of having to group up as well inside of the smokes, and there's just so many nades available for VULGAR boys. At least you find a bit of chip damage there onto Foops, man, but it won't matter. Daikami looking to end it now as he wants to dissect MUERTE and guarantee the wipe on the squad.
Yeah, Milky Way last alive will just try and send this away. He knows he wants to get a few more points. Currently in 10th place at the moment. A little bit worried some for them. They go out now. It won't be great. A lot of teams have made their way towards these compounds, and you're right, Jackie's a lot of these side angles that being the problem, but VIRTUS.PRO, they send in. They want a bit of the action now. Elementrix with some dirty shots, and that's them out. VULGAR put down in a glorious display.
You're going to be so frustrated if you're VULGAR boys on that one. Thinking that you had a good grasp on it for so long that you were going to deal with the MUERTE and then kind of set yourself up towards the future. Instead, it's short-lived. It's been taken away from you. Milky Way still surviving as well as he tries to hightail it. Wants to get out of here and cheese it to a better angle using the smoke to shroud himself and keep them guessing where exactly he's gone. Has to re-smoke as well. Play behind the tree and look for the full hill. Meanwhile, you can see the rotation round here from KONINA Power swooping down onto the Nameless and looking to fight them for hill control.
KONINA Power looking way, way stronger as of recently. The muscles, they've got the pump on. Looking to hit him with the strong arm show. Mango gets a little bit too close. Palucci will eat a nade in the process. Agori send it backwards. Palucci bleeding out, and Ofhaze will have to move up towards the front side. Another nice nade goes over the top, doesn't do too much damage, and Palucci should be safe for now. Madagod just keeps sending them back, tries to push them off this position. Ofhaze extremely low. Nade over the top, does a good amount of damage, will finish off Mango.
Nade after nade, Madagod dashing him out. That one's picture perfect as he will blow away Ofhaze and start to fragment what has been a stalwart squad here from KONINA Power. They've been rolling with the punches quite nicely, but that uppercut could knock them on their backs. They're starting to get pushed a bit as well. Confidence building for the Nameless. Meanwhile, they've got to deviate from the aggression. Go back and play medic, get their teammate up and think about the future on this one. Think about resetting the fight and reinstigating it a little bit later on.
Yeah, not particularly worth it for them, especially assaulting over towards the 3-story. It's difficult. They're going to smoke up the vehicles, hopefully get in. The Nameless aren't peeking from that top side either. Milky Way has done a fantastic job to live this long. See if we can get further into this game. Looks like he's very low, no meds available. 2 MADBULLS predictions from you and Kalaris. Maxman looking for the Alpha Resurgence. They have looked way, way better as of recently. Harla tries to take down Becker, can't do it.
Hey man, I respect the VP pick as well. 9 elims, like they're looking good right now. Yeah, exactly. Like they are a damn good team as well, so wouldn't be surprised. They can always pop off in games like this. All they need is a little bit of faith. It's like Santa Claus. As long as you believe, VP, they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I need from the chat right now. I need you all believing in VP. We need to get those believing meters going overload. The pressure spiking for VIRTUS.PRO. I mean, on the northern edge, that's where they perform excellently well. Pushing into the circle. Becker gets up close, finally finishes off Harla. This was a dangerous move coming through from the guys. This is rough. Gets him inside the vehicle. Try and get him away. I always find that very difficult as well. You know, it's a little bit of a weird, I don't want to say lineup to try and get people in the vehicle, but it certainly does feel that way sometimes.
Yeah, the mechanics of it on the fly as well, especially when it's a high-pressure situation. It was smooth moves, but it amounts to not much, really, with the re-aggression being displayed from No Mercy Warriors as they unleash a hailstorm of bullets into the back of KONINA Power. Remove them now. So, starting to thin the herd down to just 6 squads at this point. Getting closer and closer to what could potentially be one of our final bouts. VP, again, looking for the fight over the hill. Slightly fragmented with nice spacing on either side, so you can peek from both angles. You've got your back to the blue, so you don't have to worry about the flank. In a nice spot so far. Close by, it will be TUNA. With No Mercy Warriors down to the wayside. TUNA already taking trouble though as they get struck first. Titan eating nades from Tenchik as well as Alpha instigate the fight there.
Yeah, you like this from VIRTUS.PRO as well. I mean, they take Purple down on his rotate in. That leaves TUNA down to just 3 players. They wait for Purple to finally have to move across, and then they remove from there, and then they move across because I think they didn't want to let TUNA get back up to a full 4 squad. They want to hold this position as long as possible. 10 eliminations so far, 1,300 damage done. Great conversion rate on their side with the circle moving up towards the north as well. Potentially can start to take some control. But Alpha Team, I do love their spread at the moment, and they could get a nifty little shot over towards VIRTUS.PRO if they're not careful. Ruda, he has to be extremely careful. The nades could come through, spots a Beto, but now he's in a very dangerous location.
Nades over the top. Ruda lurking for the swing as well up towards the road. Using the vehicle as a slim bit of cover to provide him some sort of protection. Dashes the nade, peeked upon by Zero. Zero's had a great day, actually. Mechanically, he's been looking quite crisp. So he kicks off the fight versus VIRTUS.PRO and puts the pressure on them. And now the squad is having to fight tooth for nail for this one. Hard commit onto Ruda. He's taken down. Aggression from Madness. Swings on the sideline, hits a nice shot, looks to get away. Uses the vehicle again for a bit of slapdash cover in the thick of it. Backline assault though from No Mercy Warriors as they want to get stuck into the fight now, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually great timing for VIRTUS.PRO that No Mercy Warriors came in at that moment because they desperately needed a reprieve from that engagement. They lose a player. I think Ruda got a little bit too aggressive. And this is good timing from Alpha. They spot a lot of the engagements happening over towards that north side. They try and assault versus MADBULLS. They got one of the players on their rotate outwards. They knew they had to leave from this gas station. The descent down towards the telephone towers, very difficult. If anyone can do it, it is MADBULLS. Tough spot right now. The only team with 4 players still left alive currently is Alpha, holding a fairly strong position down towards his southeast edge.
I'm surprised Alpha as well play the smarter game, opting to double back and not hard commit onto MADBULLS. Wait for them to cut out of the gas station, then look to cut their way down onto them so they don't use the utility early. Alpha backing off now. We saw the swing for Reflect. He was playing a solo, just looking to hold on the back line. Peek there from MADBULLS. Exchange of chip damage, doesn't like the way it's going. Bails out, so they still play as a 4. Alpha have reset, they're content with that. MADBULLS have got information on both locations towards Alpha's side and No Mercy Warriors. VP have kind of been stuck in the middle of all of this as well, fighting tooth for nail versus No Mercy Warriors, who surprisingly actually are doing a pretty good job. You're only a duo, but they're just nipping at everyone's heels. They're making it uncomfortable for some of our other squads. And again, MADBULLS seem to be sprung on.
Yeah, they're doing fantastically well to delay VIRTUS.PRO at least. They're kind of the second team alongside with Alpha trying to take this chicken dinner away. Beck realizes that now he absolutely has to send out towards the eastern side. He's going to have to let Elementrix as well as Madness deal with the 2 players from No Mercy Warriors. A little bit difficult. Luckily, Elementrix will find at least one, but cannot confirm the elimination. He has good idea of where he is, though, and with Frozen finding 1 player in Tenchik and the split coming through in very open area, should be easy enough to confirm that, but there's still more shots coming through from No Mercy Warriors. Circle sent us up towards that northwest side, and finally, there is a knock going through to them. Wobbly on the outside edge. This should be an easy cleanup now.
Mop and bucket plays from this point forward is what you're hoping you can set your focus on. But with how this fight's been going up to this point, we might have a few more surprises in store. Could be a few more twists in the tail. Beck, he's had perfect placement with the nades. Good lobbing arm on him for some of the engagements he's been able to instigate off the back of his utility usage. No Mercy Warriors, it keeps them feeling uncomfortable so they can't commit to go for the res, meaning his teammate is now finally taken out. And Oblate just left as a solo here. Effectively trapped, isolated away from anyone else. MADBULLS, they had to wait so long at the back of the gas station using the zone and the wall that completely blocked off the LOS to their advantage. They now dash themselves back around in the vehicle and set up close towards the inner zone. Actually a nice rotate from MADBULLS then.
Yeah.
2 Liquor and Frozen. Ow, fucker, they take this blank.
I mean, this is what they've been trying to do for ages, right? It's a lovely rotate, great map knowledge, understanding. They're just underneath this gas station, and there is that dip around the tree side. And they could live this one out, and potentially, and we've seen it in the past, that clutch factor coming through from the MADBULLS could lead them to a cheeky win. But there's players coming in, getting nice and close over towards them, but a spray from Tulika could be devastating. They're just trying to get towards nade range. You can see here, Tenchik has got the nades, 5 of them total, and if he's able to get close enough, those nades over towards MADBULLS will just ruin them. But it might be Wobbly, in fact, that takes that play.
He's slivering up. Like a sneaky snake. Oh no, he's been flattened. Wasn't low enough down to the ground to avoid the bonnet of the vehicle. So VIRTUS.PRO run him over, leave him looking like a toothpaste tube that's run out of paste. And it brings this down to our final 3 squads then. Alpha still head and shoulders above the rest. Here in the grand scheme of things, when it comes to numbers, they've got all 4 alive and kicking. VP with 3 players. And then MADBULLS, who have had to play a bit of a crazy game here, down to just a duo. The spring onto VP has kicked off this one, though. Alpha looking to bait out the peak towards the left-hand side on Elementrix.
Elementrix knows he has to get away from that position, and nades coming over the top, and getting up towards this loot crate is absolutely fantastic. No nades on side, but does get a full refresh on the gear. Good smokes too, but MADBULLS ever a looming threat. Taking shots over towards the vehicle. Tenchik very low now, frozen. Also potentially spotted by Reflect. He takes some more shots towards him. Can he find the elimination? Won't go down. Tulika will find him though. How are they living in this spot? It's so rough.
This isn't going to get any easier. Oh, mate. This is so uncomfortable for MADBULLS. Just back towards the wayside, basically playing observer, just spectating and waiting to strike. Reflect, though, he'll have time to reflect on those actions as he's been sprung upon by Tulika. Clean connection, battle back as he takes a well-placed bullet, and that should knock his confidence. At this point, you can't really go for these peaks, especially with Frozen being down on his last legs. So MADBULLS removed from the equation now. VP probably mulling it over, thinking, can we close the gap? Can we kick off the fight here? If they found a knock, that would be the go time. Instead, Alpha instigated. Blank Alpha. They want to take the chicken dinner now.
Alpha Mandarin has to go down here. It was a gorgeous shot from him over towards the players on this side. Beck still has some bullets in the chamber for the MG3, but that's another down. More nades over the top. Madness last remaining. Beck knows he has to get him back up again if they want a chance at this. And VP, their hopes have been dashed now. MADBULLS still on the edge, very low, but great sight lines over towards Alpha. Zashipa, up close and personal, should be visible from the MADBULLS.
Zashipa, bullet after bullet, looking to battle his way through and back. He's got a big old gun on him, but he's got to use it. That's the hardest bit. Actually finding an opportunity to commit to the swing and carve his way through them. No chance now as he's blown off his legs, taken out by the utility of Alpha. Alpha that have looked so crisp, so clean over the course of this final battle that's been raging on for quite a few minutes. Now it's just MADBULLS they've got to deal with in the 3 versus 2.
Both players desperately low. No chance of getting back up to full HP, so they need clean connections. They need 2 eliminations, realistically, almost straight away to win out this engagement. Alpha with the vehicles. Tenchik could just take a wild spray. Tulika has to stand up. What a play from them. They've got the ridge side to play around with as well. Nades in the pocket. Is this going to be a win from MADBULLS? There's absolutely no way.
Oh, mate, the fact he's done it with a Bison as well. Oh, the brutality. They made you think MADBULLS were setting up to steal the chicken dinner, but the nades will save it as Alpha, who played a blinder of a match, walk away with a chicken dinner on that one, Blank.
Horribly awkward circle to play for Alpha 2. The fact that Zashipa is able to get up towards that loot crate is the game changer there for VIRTUS.PRO. It's so tough for them to deal with him. The fact that he's got backstop as well, is able to play off the back of him. If they ever get too aggressive, he can just peek off the side. That loot crate landing there actually just loses the boys on VP the game.
Yeah, that's rough, man. Hey, crazy game, though. MADBULLS keeping it interesting. Alpha looking glorious. Let's get back to the desk and talk about this one.
It's a big win for Alpha, of course, shaking up the status quo of the big 3, taking all of the victories here. However, before we kind of break down the win, let's just talk about what we were nerding out about for the moment there at the end, Max, because MADBULLS, the wherewithal to know exactly where the players are and know that they just can both stand up, take out Tenchik, and then try and play that little mound that they found. That was beautiful attempt at trying to salvage that game, Max.
Actually, I want to go even further back than that, Kalara.
Sure,
I want to go to the point where they're leaving gas station, and we were nerding about that one too. There's like, this terrain is tough because it's very, very flat. You only got very slight amount of dips. They find the one dip next to the tree, which allows them to outlive the last 3 to 4 teams before the fight with VIRTUS.PRO and Alpha Team. So they just knew that terrain so well because they dropped Rozhok, they've played this position so many times. And then, as you said, transition to that position. When you get the knock onto Potentiak, you can play that little pile of dirt. The execution of MADBULLS is so good. Like, even though they don't win, it could have been a win because of how good the execution is on their side.
If Alpha's spent all of their utility, if they've spent their nades, then there's easily the potential that MADBULLS wins that out, considering. But they do not. Obviously, one nade is their downfall, and here an Alpha team gets themselves the win, which is well-deserved. I mean, they were fanned out on the east side of this circle here. Max, you had some apprehensions about maybe them staying a little bit too long in the south side, but I guess my counterpoint for it before you make your point is that maybe they were concerned about people on the high ground on that south side. What were you thinking?
Yeah, I didn't even make my point. You brought the counterpoint.
Nah, may as well get in there.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at Ashipa and Reflect, and I feel like they've stood around too long south of the circle. They were not even in the circle at the time, and you brought up the point that maybe it's to avoid a No Mercy Warriors to just wide wrap around the eastern edge, which I do understand.
Yep.
There were so many good little dips they could play in the circle, and those pylons too they could play around, and I thought just sending all of the team over there, you could very easily later on down the line slow down the rotation of MADBULLS as they just leave downhill from their gas station. That was at least my idea for them. It did kind of play out the way I thought, but they did lose Reflect necessarily. I think they could have remained as 4 for the entirety of the match and maybe played it out. And as Blank did stay after the crate came down, and it was just gifted to them having that crate versus Pro. It just made it a lot easier to transition into that fight. Yeah. This is Alpha Team. We know they have the fragging power to pop off in these matches, and I feel like this is one of their cleanest games in the later stages that we've seen so far.
No, definitely. I mean, they played that east side really well, considering it's not an easy location to play. This circle is very open. Just north of this is basically some of the most open areas in the entirety of Erangel, and this is quite open, to say the least. So very well played here, not only by Alpha Team, but also VP on the west side of it all as well. As we take a look through these highlights and see how things are going down. I thought KONINA Power might have a better linchpin on this game, considering they have some of this south side high ground, and maybe they were going to make some decent transitions, but they were bogged down in absolute chaos of fights up here and lose players as a result of it.
And actually good on No Mercy Warriors, they third-partied that fight. I feel like sometimes they're a bit apprehensive to engage third parties, but here they just struck gold, got himself so many eliminations on KONINA Power, then transitioned to the west onto TUNA and helped somewhat VIRTUS.PRO. Actually, not somewhat, they did help VIRTUS.PRO by clearing out that team. But yeah, these shots were just so precise. Potentiak in particular, he was not even scoping in, and he just got headshot after headshot. His accuracy is mental in this match. And then, as you said, that one nade, if they don't have nades, maybe it's a MADBULLS win, but keeping utility in the later stage is so pivotal.
Lamentrix putting in numbers as well here, but I will say, and we really do need to highlight him, Mandarin, over these past couple of games, Max, has looked really, really good for Alpha Team, really putting in a shift.
If he continues like this, it's going to be my MVP prediction of the day. Like, he's popped off twice in a row so far, and we've talked about this player so much, how impactful he was back in Sly in spring, and he's still impactful today. It took some time to get back to those glory days, it seems, in the second phase, but he's back at that point now. And now with the chicken dinner, maybe there's going to be a little bit of momentum to follow suit.
Maybe. Let's take a look at those overalls. Let's slip on in there and see what's going on as we've got ourselves, once again, the tie is back. The same placement and the same elims, split right down the middle. It's just that one chicken dinner here that's keeping Major Pride aloft against the Gladiators after what could have been a game where they could have maybe eked out a little bit more of a lead, considering it was their game where Gladiators was not present, Max.
Yeah, it's tied, but like technically not, because there's one match more played by Major Pride, so you expect it, unless it's a 0-pointer, which from how Gladiators played right now, Kalaris, I think we don't expect a 0-pointer to come out today. The tie might not be lasting for too long, though, as we slide down to the rankings once more. Not too much movement here, because the sponge effect is fully turned on. The top teams are just getting everything, and there's no chicken dinners to spare for these bottom squads, it seems. And I'm not even going to talk about the even lower teams, because they have no opportunity to get points, it seems. It's tough.
Going to be hard to get to that Livik game unless you mega pop off. But anyway, it is time to head over to the commentators here, not only to bring us more games that are coming along, but also we have TDM, I believe, on the way. Let's go.
Oh, Kalaris is quick with it. He's keeping us on our toes. You know, you didn't expect that, did you? Jackie and Blank on your screens in a flash. We're like a superhero that's quick. Maybe a hedgehog that's blue, Blank. One of those two. It's ambiguous enough.
Yeah, just like a real-life hedgehog, just spray painted. That's us, fast. You know, that blue spray paint. It gives aerodynamics. Yes, exactly. Heading over towards our 12th match here. Thank you, production, so much. I feel like production knows that I really struggle with this screen. But yeah,
it is hard. It is hard. There's a lot of games.
It is a lot of games. SPG versus Dark Project on our screens coming up. SPG had a bit of a good time yesterday and looking to take it a little bit further today. So heading over towards Ruins. And we'll see what Dark Project can get done. I think SPG might be able to clinch this one, possibly, with the way Narvalo and Victor's been playing as of recent. It could be a big one.
Yeah, honestly, mate, I'm right there with you. I think SPG have been looking great individually. You know, we've seen the stats kind of proving that as well, right? You know, they're surviving longer on the battlegrounds, they're hitting more shots, they're dealing a bit more damage. And if there ever is a game mode to kind of just get the blood pumping early, get you warmed up, TDM's kind of the perfect place for it, right? Just all about those aimings, those mechanics. And here already, it seems like they were starting it off nicely in terms of the clash towards middle, but then they've kind of just been overwhelmed. Dark Project hitting a lot of shots.
Yeah, I mean, Kespo up in front. Nice play from him to just get in there, get the work done. It feels like a lot of times what we're watching from SPG is a lot of running away, but nice shots from Victor on the top side with the Groza in hand. We'll take him down. Snowwick's just holding the close angle. And they refuse to continue peeking this. And I think that's smart from SPG. They're going to try and take mid-control once again.
SPG. Middle. These are two words to describe what we're seeing. Right now, though, looking for the swoop down to see if they can cut their way into Dark Project. And the engagement's actually quite nice. Good way to open it off. Ooh, smooth connection with the shotty as well, up close and personal there onto Evanesca. Now Dark Project actually losing the grasp they had onto the game early by having the scoreline equalized. 8 apiece.
Victor's not cleared the angle. I mean, he doesn't even really need the nade, could just peek him. Gets away from it, actually, and Victor turns on him. And in the least, not the most, they'll go down 9 to 10. Tied back up for just a short moment. It is Dark Project clearing ahead, but only by a touch. Just a touch, Jeffy.
Yeah, by about a nose, it seems. Although, Evanesca getting nosy, pushes in to spawn to see exactly what SPG are up to and forces it to flip with just how much map control he's commanded there. Long range battle from Victor as he spams down range and connects another one back onto Evanesca as well, trading there blow for blow. Espo with a quick switch onto the SMG, trying to hold the doorway and expecting them to come running on in. You're actually pretty far ahead here as well with 4 under your belt. 16 to 12 being the split we're looking at.
Evanesca tries to go in there. Guys from SPG looking a little bit afeared, but they get in towards that mid side. Kespo, though, continues to push forward. Takes some more names from SPG, the super big gorillas. Just being slightly put down a small amount.
Snowix. He's been making some plays with a shotty. Again here, tries to swing on middle. Oh, it's an awkward fight to get left in, but he does win out versus aces. And now you've got to swoop, elevated ground. You can peek down onto the players beneath you. Vicious Victor, as always, strikes with the SMG. Trade back from aces, though. And this is a 21 to 20 game with SPG just a fimble ahead.
That's a real close one. That's some very close matches recently as we get further and further into the tournament. Inels just watching. We're going to slow everything down just a little bit. Just try and rewind, refocus. Narvalo goes down, Titan's up. Force is extremely low, and Victor, that vicious Viscount just lording over mid at the moment. Keeping it locked in.
Nade out. Lobbing that one deep. Actually lands perfectly. That's a blinder. Blows Victor away. You'd be frustrated. Beautiful pre-nade. Victor as well, flanking again, sets up with the backstab onto Espo and just spams into him. Now Valo also able to command respect here, and respect is something they need to be given. 27, really taking charge in the game, now moving up to 28 as they trade back again.
That was a lovely trade as well, because that could have been a point that project could have clawed back there, but really good communication coming from SBG to instantly take the shot. Not an easy one to go for either. 5 points ahead, so a full squad wipe in a bit. Kespo goes down. It looks like SBG's regaining control now over the TDM.
Oh, Victor. It's a rough off angle, man, but supported by Snowix. The nade absolutely annihilates. Victor tries to play around it as well, and they're just grabbing everything they could. One blank, 35. Elin's under the belt. When does it end?
I mean, Snowix comes in, drops the avalanche, looking like super big Yetis right now. Beautiful play. 37 to 28. They're running away from it.
Oh, Dark Project clamoring to keep this game close. 7 elims being the difference, and actually they are changing the pace of the game. They're giving us something to root for, but any mistakes now are going to cost you so much, and with it only being the difference of 1 elimination, surely the Gorillas should be able to pound their chest and walk away as the best on this one.
Last elimination required, and still it's going in, but Victor will finish it off. The Gorillas drag their win back into the jungle, where they'll keep it for now. They'll be heading through to the quarterfinals, Jackie.
They've got to be happy with that result, right? You know, in the end, that's a huge game for them, considering how far behind they were in the first sort of minute 30 of the game. To finish it in that fashion, that's great. Good teamwork, good aim there.
Wonderful. Really, really good stuff. That's the comeback coming through from SBG that we like to see. That's been in game 2. So overall, I'm pretty pleased with the result that came through. They'll be going up against Shockwave next in the quarterfinals. I think that's going to be a difficult match, though. Aza has just been ridiculous over in the TDM so far.
Man, yeah, Shockwave were actually probably one of the better teams we've seen in TDM, actually. Yeah. I think they had a record game, so yeah, that would definitely be an interesting one. Something you'll have to wait for, though, is of course that's in the future, as we've now got those upper bracket games of TDM set. We're out of sort of the opening group, so really quite curious to see how those go. But we'll sprinkle them in over the course of the season, of course. Don't want to give them all to you in one go, but we will give you our next map of the day. Moving into Miramar now, of course, our 4th battleground. We've already seen 3 great games today, Blank. Interesting results, quite a few teams tussling for the chicken dinners. It seems like there is no easy ones on offer today. Miramar is a map that I think has been delivering recently with these lobbies, so I'm living for this.
You've had tons of different teams coming out ahead on this map. Gladiators able to take a win pretty confidently here on Miramar, despite losing 1 player at the start of the day. Looked really good. Now they have a chance to regain that lead in first place, because they are constantly tied up with Major Pride, who are running side by side at the moment. They're elbowing one another, trying to jostle ahead. Now it's time for Gladiators to find themselves a good game. They do not want to go out early, suffer the same type of plays that Major Pride has been running into today, where they just cannot get a good grip on these games.
It's not the Maxman 35% grip strength from social media buff that we need to see from them, is it? They've got to work on that. Got a nice firm grasp on things.
MADBULLS down towards Puerto Paradiso. They've been struggling a little bit. I think they'd sort of solved their problems with Zerich taking a nice little off angle, a good scout ahead early on to give them that landing post. They could just drop into from there, but it hasn't been working out as well. And I mean, particularly on a northern circle like we saw last game, they still got very far into the game, into a decent spot, just did not take them all the way. A very central circle here, practically dead center, I would say, in fact. So every single team should be able to get a decent position. Again, this is one of those circles where you sort of want to get into it nice and early, because it could end up dropping over towards Minas Gerais, La Bandita, even up towards San Martin. All places when you not secure, one of those strong positions around about zone 3. If you head over towards San Martin, that ridge side, you want to be one of the first teams to get towards that top, be able to hold the ridge, be able to push up towards that north side if it does move further out that way. So yeah, I would say this is one of the circles. It is one of the circles, bro. That's it.
This is one of the circles of all time.
Yeah, exactly.
this is one of the games of all time, potentially a game in history happening right now, as we are into one of the fights as well that can occur feasibly. And Shockwave, bud, probably unlucky to be on the receiving end of this quite early. VP, they've had some good Miramars in the past. You'd like to see them have legs on this one and give us a bit of longevity with it. They're committing to the push, though, trying to close the gap after wounding Shockwave early. Kind of left themselves susceptible to some of the peaks, and now they're really so fragmented. VP might be biting the bullet, and not in the manner they would want to.
Aza almost gets hit by the Widdy there. Luckily gets out the way nice and quickly. Elementrix, I think he knows there's a player around. Right now, Shockwave is starting to bump things up, but we've seen it before, Jackie. We've seen it where Unicorns are loved. They felt like they were in a good spot. A 2v4 does occur. Oh, that is horrid.
Oh, man. Insult to injury on that one. Oh, no. Aza, he's pandering for the fans.
So sad. I mean, VIRTUS.PRO, Ruda last remaining, likely to go down here. There's not really much of an escape route for him. No vehicles in sight either. GG, not GG. No, that is unfortunate. And I mean, that is bad play, I would say. Just running across the road like that, exposing yourself in a fight that could have been a comfortable 4 eliminations and no single player lost. Taken too long though, Jackie. They remain on the outside. They're not exactly far away outside the circle either, so there's sure to be these off angles coming through. Finally, they do clean up that last player from VIRTUS.PRO, but unlikely they'll get Terminus back up on his feet.
I love how, without fail, every game that PERMITTA are playing, we somehow end up pretty early just on Aphis cam, where he just finds himself in these like little spots to go, haha, I will third party as a solo. And just kind of like nips at people's heels, just makes it uncomfortable. He would be like the one most annoying player to have to deal with, right? You just see his name pop up in the Elim feed. You're like, Aphis has done it again.
It's so horrid. I mean, to be fair, he's that type of guy that just turns up to the party uninvited, doesn't bring any mates with him. You don't know why he's there, but
right. He's
ruined everything, you know? He's just tossing plates all over the floor. You're like, what are you doing? That's my prize china.
Yeah, come on, that's been in the family for years. He's like, oh yeah, well, it looks better on the floor. You're like, Aphis, come on, bud.
Walks out the door, throws the peace signs, he's gone.
Oh, he's out of there. Do you know, smashed everything, ruined Nan's countless china plates that have been in the family for generations, and he's stolen all of the mixer on the way out. So now everyone's thirsty, and there's nothing you can do.
It is disgraceful behaviour coming through from Athis, but he makes it look good doing it. Will pick himself a couple of eliminations in the process as well. Dark Project on your screens in LPOD, so rough day for them. Even losing their TDM versus SBG, not able to get too much done here.
Yeah, Dark Project. Probably feeling that they got some dark clouds looming over the top of them right now. It's been a bit of a grim day. Which is a shame. You know, at times we see the odd moments of greatness from Dark Project, but I suppose that kind of is the point right there, right? They're just moments. They kind of need to be able to string them together a lot more. Consistency being so key towards being successful in PUBG Mobile, especially with how competitive our lobbies have gotten here in PMPL EU over the course of this season. So yeah, a bit of a rough one for him not being able to keep up the pace. Yeah. Oh, they've sprinkled in the pan again as well. Aza, he'll be laughing about that one all the way to the bank.
I mean, it's so curious to me as well, because you actually saw that initial shot over towards Beck from Shockwave, and it's as he's running across the road, he gets sprayed down. GG, not GG, then decides that what would be a great idea? We just make the exact same play as Beck. So I think once you can see an example of something going wrong and then you follow suit on it going wrong, I don't think there's much excuse in that scenario. So Shockwave just have to send it in towards Hacienda Del Patron. But you're right, the fleeting moments from Dark Project, they are there, but they're certainly fleeting. They're just gone so quickly, and we're just back to watching them really do not too much in these games. SBG, though, find themselves a nice central position over towards San Martin, near their initial drop spot. Take down one of the players from PERMITTA. I think that was Athis, so yeah, he's left the party. He's done the deed.
The bouncers grabbed him.
Yeah.
You come running out furious. You've broken the plates! Our fist just goes, yeah, see ya. Disconnects. Oh, man. That's good. That's good banter. I enjoy that. More storylines about Aphis to come, the more shows me and Blank boot together. We'll keep you updated with all the antics this man gets up to, as he is a bit of a character. Tons of big name characters still alive and kicking though in this one. We got Titan on screens here. Titan, I mean, no strangers to playing the aggressive game again today, which I've been living for. Their pace has kind of been, you know, really, really aggro or a bit too slow for our liking. They've been going back to their old play somewhat, at least in terms of the spacing, with Old Boy when he's being fielded, kind of looking to take a few more of those aggressive peaks. Playing around with the roster a little bit today, though, was the curious one that we were talking about. So I don't know what's going on with Titan. It feels like they're really hard to read, like a book that's just way too hard to understand.
Yeah, they've got the real House of Leaves vibe to them, which no one will understand that reference, but if you do, you know, respect to you, but you're also mad for reading that book in the first place. But for Titans, it is mad what they're doing. Like, for Havlik now back in, you know, he's been on bench jail, got let back out again after a game. Don't know what's gone on there. I guess it's a case of, like, if you make a bad play, you make a big split, yeah, you still clutched up, but for that, there must be consequences.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the play was, because they went off the back of having like a huge fragging game as well, where like everyone's getting elims, they're looking pretty damn crisp, and then they were just like, no, bonk, you must go to the bench jail. Like, then brought him back in, but I guess we'll see. Right now, though, we're seeing PERMITTA being struck down. And hang on a minute, was that our first opportunity to say Foops Man in about 10 minutes? It was. Foops Man, he strikes into action with his cape and his laser heat vision as he's able to keep the pain train rolling. Shut down by Aces, though, one of the arch nemesises of Foops Man. Recently got out of Arkham Asylum, looking to keep this one going as he wants to be a bit of a joker in a situation like this, just toying with them. They put so many bullets into the vehicle but can't connect, and Aces re-instigates the fight, looking to cleave round on the wayside, baits him out of the vehicle as well as Naikami peeks into him. Oh, this is villainous. How is he doing this?
Still going strong as well, moves up for another, should hit the shot there, it's so close. Pylaus gets away with it, really shouldn't have done. The play there from Aces, though, was fantastic. Just flinging those cards at the faces of Vulgar boys. Some nasty paper cuts on side with the Kimi as well as Foops Man down. Pylaus trying to bring one of them back into action.
What Aces started, though, Espo might be able to finish. He rocks up, ready to scrap in the close quarters engagements. Foops Man, one of his secret abilities, though, being the fact that he can detonate or launches the nade, but it'll miss its target going by. Espo, he trades back onto him. And this is really exactly what Aces began, being now completely shut down by Espo, with Dark Project finishing off Vulgar Boys, and PERMITTA Esports, like vultures, just swarming on the edge, looking to see if there's anyone they could third party onto, but realizing we're going to need to get a better angle to make any sort of play on this, and just bailing out of there for now.
It's been a really grim position on the map to play around with, but we have shifted, actually. You know, we're on Zone 2, we're heading into Zone 3 shortly, towards this ridge side, looking further down towards the south of it, though, on Picardo. So, an interesting position to end. Lots of compounds in this area, probably one of the most populated areas of the map in terms of just compounds that are available, that aren't surrounded by fields or elevation or that high ground. So, a bit more of a comfortable circle to play, though knowing how Miramar goes, likely going to see some sort of nasty shenanigans as we head up towards the center side, which will lead this horrible valley from Picardo down towards the southwest, includes the ridge side, so SBG still have a good amount of high ground to play around with. They will have to watch out for Shockwave, though. Two players coming in behind there. Alar as well as Snowix, I believe, are looking that way.
MADBULLS driving their way down. Trying to get ahead of the situation here a little bit early. KONINA Power spotting them as he will be able to find Flique and open up with a couple of bullets there at least. Reflect tucks in on the corner. Alpha team have had a good day of it. They've been able to get quite far in some of these games, and this is just a situation where it's about survivability. The issue is you've crumbled instantly as the swing comes around from MADBULLS and Frozen's able to detonate onto you, taking you out, and now fragmenting the setup. So Alpha a little bit more isolated as they're just playing together. Seems like they're even trying to juke their way through Nexus that are inside of the zone. Compound control for them. You're sandwiched between both Titan and Alpha with MADBULLS coasting down towards the wayside. A lot going on here.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of action popping off around the map. I think for Alpha in particular, there is just this idea for them. If they don't get given that space early on, I think they start to struggle. They're not a good team at crashing. They're a great team when it comes to that control-based gameplay, holding off, playing off the back of one another on some pretty cool little splits towards those end games. But getting into these fights around Zone 3, not ideal for Alpha team. And I think that's something they definitely need to start working on. I say that just based off the fact that I think it's okay to start talking about this team in terms of improvements, because they have shown us great potential. I just want to see it fulfilled.
Yeah, I see them being able to actually turn that prophecy into a reality in some of the games that they set themselves up so fantastically early game. See if you can actually string them together rather than being near misses and close runs time and time again. SBG playing up top towards the ridge side here, peering down to see what is lurking in the depths below. It would be Titan that are close by. Nexus as well. They were able to push up. Obviously, they had their Duke versus Alpha that resulted in effectively a 1-for-1 trade for either side. They've now set up into the compound. Interesting that Shockwave as well, with Aza and Wagnazada, both down just on the hillside here, right underneath the noses of SBG. Okay. Meanwhile, go on,
What is this split, though, from Titans?
It is interesting. I mean, I was looking at both of them because you've got the MADBULLS split as well. For Titans, it kind of makes more sense, right? Because it's like, oh, look, old boy's just miles away. I've seen that before.
Yeah. I mean, for MADBULLS, it kind of makes sense. You don't want to be down towards the ditch in the center, right? You want to take this 2-2 split, start controlling these push-ups over towards the east and the west side. For Titans, I think it's completely reasonable when you get to Zone 4 just to try and hunker down in one spot of Picardo, try and hold that out. I mean, even just doing what we've seen from Gladiators over on the last Miramar, just gamble on the eastern side. Try and hold that down, have one player just occasionally watching out there. I don't think Old Boy needs to watch the run out coming down from Picardo. What are you going to do if that happens, right? What is the game plan? Oh, they run down from the top of Picardo. You're likely not going to be able to take that 1v3. But this is the problem. Old Boy thinks he can.
Yeah, I mean, it's a double-edged sword, really, because it's one of those where it feels like you're kind of damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, because Old Boy will get frustrated and be a bit antsy if he's not able to make these sort of plays and heads-up positions. But you're right in the sense that you're probably also gambling that it's such a hard position to pay off from in terms of finding all those kills. I mean, maybe though, Old Boy can prove us wrong. He does like those aggressive spots. We've seen him doing crazier things before. Gladiators on screen here though as well, as the pressure's starting to rise a bit. You're being pushed from PERMITTA that are starting to sneak their way up and look for an angle. Tixi, he's got contact. Looked like he realized the game there. Tried to turn around and look for the fight, but takes so much damage early. So PERMITTA strike onto one man and look to commit, swooping onto Gladiators off of the one knock.
Yeah, I hate this spot that Gladiators play. I understand why it's good, because you have that high ground, you can get some pickoffs, find some cheeky areas on the map that look a little bit weakened and then move over towards them. But it is quite easy to get behind them, start taking shots down towards them. It's also quite difficult to get off the top of unless you have a very direct path into the circle after you get those picks. So again, I personally hate it, but I know why it is good.
It's the story of a lot of the game-winning plays that we've been seeing over the past few days. Sometimes it just feels like it doesn't make sense. It's a bit rambunctious, it's a bit wild, but if it works...
I hate that it works.
Yeah, exactly.
Sort of unfortunate. I think right now they are starting to get away from PERMITTA Esports, but that's given a lot of time for No Mercy Warriors down towards that south side to regroup and reassess the scenario that's in front of them, right? And I think that is quite a big difficulty, even giving time now for the Nameless to move down. At this point, you are going to start to see why this spot starts to become so uncomfortable towards these later stages of the game, is you get crunched from the east and the west side, getting off this hillside whilst getting shot at from behind, and then also from the players underneath playing in these compounds. Disgusting. And they don't want to leave this position, because what if there is a northwest shift? Then you play off the back of that. But No Mercy Warriors, like I was saying, they've reset. They find a shot over towards one of the players from Gladiators in Matic. Hard to get him back up now.
Yeah, probably not the dream. It makes it an awful lot harder, right? And it's also the fact that Matic's been so sick with it recently. He's been earning his keep. He's been handy with the steal. He's at least going to be able to stay alive, it seems. So get him on the move here. So 3 players is all you've got for Gladiators. The triple threat that have been eating bullets time and time again on their grand expedition down the hillside to get to some sort of angle to play around. Zerich also opens up as he'll deliver a punch straight onto Alpha, and you can see with the positioning, the body language showing you that MADBULLS now are opting to aggress onto this. They want to clear out Alpha and know that this is their domain, give themselves some map geometry to play with and take compound control. Mandarin lurking towards the back. He's kind of the final line of defense for Alpha. He's being burnt and bodied as Zerich, the one-man army, just cleans house.
Really good stuff there. I mean, again, it's so hard to fight off against these players sometimes. They are just really slick with it. Over towards the center side of the map, we can see the Nameless crashing over towards KASIK team. I mean, I looked at this team, I noticed that there were 3 players. I got a little bit nervous about it. Trofka, though, up front, facing off basically 1v4 right now onto the hay bales. He'll swing around the side. Does a good amount of damage, but it's not enough there. He might have just thrown this position for KASIK team. 2 players over towards the gas station. We'll just try and hold this out.
KASIK team. They've had some good moments. There's been some highlights for them. Individually, 2 players that have really been taking no prisoners are both English and Trofka. Split though, with Unicorn looking to try and hold the line here with the bullets coming out on a drive-by. You can see them making their move on up. Gladiators entering through the back and looking to go for the flank on this. It's a bit risky. You see the engagement as well for Dark Project falling in favor of them. Meanwhile, No Mercy Warriors get to peek out onto Gladiators. It's all got a bit topsy-turvy for them. They bought so much time in terms of the slow rotate just to isolate themselves and kind of fluff their lines, giving one man's play away, making Meku basically just be a bit of a sacrifice here. So far down on his lonesome with just some smokes shrouding his location and all of the other squads fighting on top of each other.
I mean, it's sort of a miracle that Gladiators even get this far towards this position with 3 players. Like, that send from the hillside is incredibly difficult. So I was talking about earlier. We've got the TUNA pick coming through from Maxman. KONINA Power over towards his south side for Kalaris. And you understand it, right? Potentially there's a good push that they can make over towards that northern edge. MADBULLS feeling a little bit weakened, losing one of those players. But it always scares me when Maxman throws out a wild card pick like this on the predictions, because he has been really clean with it. And now I start to feel nervous about my pick.
Max knows. Max always has some kind of understanding about why these teams are going to go off. And TUNA, will they be able to deliver for us here and prove Max right with the maneuvers? He's got faith in them, so that should give you an inkling into believing. Maybe there's more to be said for this one. In terms of the fights we're seeing here, though, keeping it going, PERMITTA, as they're out. It's crazy just how many squads we still actually have alive and kicking at this point as well. Even with the consistent fights that have been going on, it just feels like there's always room for someone to be knocked, the reset to happen. No one over egging the pudding on this one, just taking it bit by bit, realizing how much is riding on this here, with Miramar being one of our few games that are left today. We've already so many of them played out.
Titans will have to move at some point. We actually just checked in with what Max was saying, why he likes TUNA split. I do love the reasoning. TUNA is good on Miramar. They have good stats. that is all there is to it. That's all you need. Maxman delving into it. Simple, yet effective.
And now you know why TUNA might be able to go toe-to-toe. They're in a good position in terms of the zone, as well as they're going to be content with the space they've taken. Frustration, though, for MADBULLS as Frozen reopens up old wounds, peeking out onto Octavian and looking to trade as cleanly as possible here versus Nexus. Would need to double up and shut down 2 men. He's being pushed from the sidelines by Redox.
Nice.
Meanwhile, the detonation goes off from off-haze. The nade is perfectly placed as well. So MADBULLS, it blows up in their face.
It's a gorgeous play from Redox. Sends it over the top and then locks him down with a spray and just basically plays the man move, which is just to hold his ground. But Redox low, Gabahala similarly. But to keep going, old boy's dead. What did he expect? This is what I was talking about. He was literally banking on the 1v3. Come on, dude.
It either works or it doesn't. That's like the story.
Got 2, to be
boy.
fair.
That's what I mean, man. Like, it's wild how like close he comes to actually making these heroism plays work time and times again. It has you believe in. Robs, though, he doesn't need a weapon. This vehicular carnage is enough for him, as he will run down Shockwave, and Nexus followed him on a swift exit stage left. SBG also out. So we're starting to whittle down our squads finally.
Finally getting down to the final 8. Half of them out of the lobby already. KONINA Power doing their best down towards the south side. You'd hope the Titans would be looking that way, considering they saw Nexus make their move and they took shots. Gladiators trying to assault over towards KASIK team. Lovely burn there. And I think realistically, Meku makes the right move, runs as quickly as possible while burning behind the shed so he can get rezzed afterwards. Dark Project getting torn to pieces. Left eating dirt here, or at least sand on Miramar.
Oh, mate. This is going to be rough. So much damage being done. Havlik as well, lit up by off-haze. So KONINA Power having the confidence to scrap versus the Titans now and make them look regular-sized with the maneuvers they're making. Meanwhile, Gladiators inside of the building scrapping versus KASIK team, as Unicorn will be burnt alive. KASIK team are done for, but Gladiators suffer a 1-man knock because of it, and close by you got the Nameless right on top of them looking to aggress with no mercy warriors also taking pot shots from I Hate Most, and this is non-stop now.
Kisune down. It's getting rough over here for the Gladiators. Start to center things up. Icy has been spotted by KONINA Power. You just assume the Titans would have put a lot more pressure down towards this south side. I don't think they even knew what happened. Because certainly someone has to have won that engagement on the south, right? It's not a case of Nexus goes down there and like a puff of smoke, they just disappear. We've got no magicians in this lobby, man. That's not how it works. So Rob's final player just in the middle of the circle now, trying to go as long as possible. It's looking good for TUNA.
The longer they can stay out of trouble as well, the better. Just swim their way through these fights and look to be the school of fish to teach these other teams a lesson in the late game. I Hate Most running his way through the compound that Gladiator thought that they were safe in, as he just lights them up with the SMG and strikes with perfect timing. Gladiators gone. Dark Project re-aggressing as well. TUNA now finally having to play their card as they're forced into the fight, realizing how close DP and KONINA Power are, with Dark Project losing out to KONINA Power. Off-haze going huge today.
Dude, Robs is basically just in the middle of no man's land right now, laid down. No one's even taking a look at him. On the map screen as well, in fact, you can see his mini-map. His dot, where he's looking, has not moved for the last at least 10 minutes. He's just sat here, quivering in his boots, just hoping for that 3rd place. And he's already got towards the top 4, so power to him at this point in time.
He's doing a good job. Fighting the good fight. Madagod. Wanted to put the plight on KONINA Power, though, as he sends the bullets out. Just a bit of reconnaissance done for him, really. Drops the smoke as well to shroud the peak from the left, so he has some cover to play with. Rob still just staying so down at the ground and just playing the timing on it, seeing just how far he can take this one. Bit of a rotate there from MADBULLS as well, diving back in the vehicle, keeping it inside of the zone so it's usable. Same could be said for Haller.
To be fair to my guy, like, actually where he's playing is not a bad position to take up because KONINA Power doesn't want to peek over this ridge side. It's a little bit difficult for them. Oh, he's burning. Ooh. Oh, so sad. That's Rob's out. 4th place. Still decent result. They get quite far into the game. 3 eliminations. He'll take it. Pretty anticlimactic way to end, though. Now, TUNA good stats over towards this west side. We'll see what they can get done with it. Again, it's quite difficult for them to get out, but right now, KONINA Power is looking quite over towards the guys on the Nameless. They do have Palucci and Haze. They're 2 best players. Looking over towards this position that TUNA has to extricate themselves from.
Going down to kind of who's going to draw the short straw, really, in terms of the timing of the rotation. I mean, KONINA Power are just waiting until they're presented with someone to fight. Okay, the Nameless now opt to go for the quick rotate and close the gap. They hop in the vehicles. They think they're in the driving seat to take charge on this one, but they eat so much damage. And TUNA, now seeing the window of opportunity, look to swoop on in.
Yeah, lovely time from TUNA to just quickly swim on out of there, find themselves in warmer waters. Smokes drop for the Nameless. They know they realistically have no cover to work with. And KONINA Power is in a bit of a world of hurt right now, playing this 2-2 split still. And I think it's great. It's great they're going for it. It means they can control 2 teams at once, but it is so hectic. Quickly having to switch angles, change positions all the time. Purple's low, nade over the top. This should be the Nameless out, and then KONINA Power can fully focus over towards TUNA. Palucci and Haze, though, they've got to be stalwart on this side, and TUNA's revving up for the push.
TUNA, it feels like they needed to engage before this, though. Maybe they've left it too late and the ship has already sailed. All of the attention was put onto the Nameless and the squad of KONINA Power was fragmented. Instead, now they're going to be able to rebolster their defenses, but they are down by 2. That's the big kicker. The battle of attrition is going in favor of TUNA at this point, and they're taking some nice peeks. They close the distance, get up close and personal, but that works in favor of the shotty as Becca banishes them and sets up to strike TUNA down, smiting his way through them, pushing up on the close left angle, trying to take the peak onto Purple, wants to finish off the knock players as well. Purple, quaking in his boots, knows that it's just a matter of time as Becca peeks in, a hefty tag, wants to convert it into the frag and secure this one as they're fighting tooth and nail for the chicken dinner.
Purple smokes for KONINA Power. They can continue moving up. He's on the side of the smoke. Noshi has to move in. Basically gives them the win here. Takes the spray. Noshi has to go huge, but the play zone is pushing him in, and he will just go down to it. KONINA Power, Haze, Palucci will go down, but it's the 2 lads in the back that we didn't expect to clutch up there, coming through with a shotgun. And I think we've seen this before, man. The DBS, you do not group up for that bad boy.
Oh, shotgun spacing. It's a whole part of it. And again, they play into the hand of the DBS. It's all well and good going for the rush, right? Trying to close the gap in a spot like that. But if you hear that shotty getting loaded, just bail out of there. Create some space, Blank.
Dude, I love the fact that he smokes them off as well. He's like, Noshi, I'm so sorry. You're not having your angle. If I can't win the game for it, so I can't clutch up, neither can you. If he didn't smoke there, and they have to push out, potentially Noshi with that limited window of time, if they just play up close and then give their life for Noshi to hit those shots, maybe they win. That smoke was tremendously bad.
Yeah, there was a lot to talk about with that one. So I think we'll give this gift back over to the desk and let them start to wax lyrical about it.
Stop it!
Good job, Floof. You've done well. Max, he was this close. He was this close with TUNA getting the victory, but KONINA Power manages to take it. Max, I will say, it's a bold call. They did have a central position here, but KONINA Power, they had the best ridge, and it felt like a smoke that helped them that wasn't theirs, and for DBS.
Yeah, like the smoke came out from TUNA, and then they just allow them to get the finishing knock onto Purple. And I'm really frustrated with TUNA right now. I'm sorry. They do a great play, which is punish the 2-2. Well, he's not even punishing the 2-2 split of KONINA Power. It was a very strong split on that ridge you just mentioned, Kalaris, and I feel like the execution on that ridge was really strong from KONINA Power.
Yeah.
TUNA realized that, push onto 2 players, like pretty much obliterate them in a blink of an eye. 2 players down instantly. Then only push as 2 and make it a 2v4 instead of a 4v2 when the circle is also going to move away from them in just a few seconds. It's a great play, followed up by a Garbo play. So that's pretty much how it happened for TUNA. So very unfortunate, but it could have been a TUNA win for sure.
You should always account for the DBS in situations like this, right? You should and because of that alone, never mind the other potential of like other weapons being able to do that, of course, but the DBS is lethal in these scenarios. So you should like once you find yourself a man advantage, you should be exploiting that man advantage, and they just didn't, unfortunately.
Yeah. You should always be telling yourself, but what if they have a DBS? Then really think your whole game plan based around the DBS. So maybe they wouldn't have.
Yeah. All right. Well, regardless, though, KONINA Power here with the victory. Almost 1,000 damage coming out from Becca. But regardless, the whole team was doing well. Not only to deal with the fights that were going on the east side of the circle, and then being able to transition across the road. I mean, there was some method to my madness in picking them here, Max, right? I was explaining to you that usually I hate picking teams that have to cross roads on things like Miramar and stuff like that, but that ridgeline provides so much good cover to transition north against that kind of transition that it's easy to make that happen. So this was perfect by the horses.
I was thinking of predicting KONINA Power 2 at one point, but I quickly changed to TUNA because of that road cross actually did come into account a little bit, but it's mostly because they were fighting MADBULLS and Nexus at the time. And I was thinking, chances are they're going to lose players, and maybe if you don't have the players to hold on to that ridge, it might get a bit complicated. But what I loved about KONINA, they were fighting MADBULLS, third party from the Nexus Gaming, and they just waited out until the fight ends between those 2 teams and then just wrap it up. So they're the only team on the southern side of the road. So yeah, I like what KONINA Power did execute this game. And Becca then facilitated that road cross to then, as you said, get to that ridge.
Let's check in then at the highlights as we have ourselves plenty to really talk about. Shockwave, unfortunately for them, they're so keen to go for these early fights. It really doesn't fully work out in their favor for this one, though, as we then narrow down towards the circles in the later stages of this game. One thing that was interesting and kind of piqued the interest of Blank and Jackie was the split of Titans and the potential for them to try and transition in from that split into this next circles. But transitioning from the west of Picardo into any of that area is kind of scary.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough. You go from city to open terrain with teams already in strong positions. You're not going to be struggling to transition. They were also fighting and wrestling in that position with Nexus at the time. And not only that, if we go a little bit further back, Kalaris, we were looking at Old Boy's position. And I was pretty critical about it because he was towards the northwest of Picardo, towards those cliff positions. And I thought it was going to be very hard for him to regroup, and actually was not even able to regroup in the first place because SBG fully sent on his position. So yeah, Old Boy loves his split, but sometimes he is a little bit too far for his own security.
Gets a bit scary, and here we take a look at those final moments as well. The UMP doing all right. So what was interesting about some of those final moments just before that smoke bloomed is that KONINA Power, they made a slight mistake. They fell down that ridgeline, backpedaling down that ridgeline and weren't able to get back up against it. That smoke actually bought them so much time to eventually reposition themselves, where they were kind of caught in this bit of an odd spot that they didn't really intend on being in. So yeah, things really didn't work out TUNA's way, man. And KONINA Power had these small little things that helped them significantly in those final moments.
Without the smoke, I think Noshi gets a 1v2.
Maybe.
A position like that where 2 players are getting pushed over a ridge, being really predictable, and there's not much you can really do against that, I think that it was going to be the TUNA win. And actually, I want to go into why I predicted TUNA is they had a compound that only one team can hold, right? That's the thing, is just one singular building. If a team is there, it's going to be an all-out brawl. When you look at the compound where KASIK team were, though, Kalaris, we saw that, I think, a 2-2 split or a 3-1 split. Very breachable, very easy to overtake, which is why the Nameless center over there, Gladiator center over there, and they were overwhelmed completely because it's such a vast area to defend. So good on Gladiators to understand the weakness of that with the Nameless and send it in, but I feel like KASIK team need to tighten up their defense on such a big position.
Yeah, if they're 3-man, you either go warehouse or you go the buildings east of it. You don't keep both. It's too much, way too much, especially when you've got the likes of Gladiators that are going to bear down on that position and absolutely ruin you in total. Are we looking at total top damage, or are we looking overalls? Now it's overalls. All right. Okay, so Gladiators, you get a huge amount of points off the back of this. It will just be the 6th, but that is enough to push them away from that Major Pride tie that we previously had them in. And MADBULLS here still looking to try and challenge up against those 2 positions. Beyond that, though, this doesn't change a whole lot, this win here from KONINA Power.
I'm just looking at the entirety of this top page, except for MADBULLS, all the teams still have 1 game to play, which shows, again, how dominant they are. That even though they have played less games than the teams at the bottom, they're still a little bit more dominant when it comes down to it. But yeah, MADBULLS are going to be done until that Livik game. Maybe they can try and catch up to Major Pride and Gladiators on that 6th and final game. Yeah, a little bit more silent at the bottom, though Dagestan are able to jump up onto that first page, which I'm always going to be happy about that one, Kalaris. So good to see from them.
That's KONINA Power in 10th place now after all is said and done. And do bear in mind, actually, for KONINA Power, they were really on the bubble coming into today when it came to going to that Livik match, right? They were 12th place. So this is quite an important victory for them to at least have an opportunity to rack up more points on Livik.
Yeah, actually, it could have been TUNA Esports if they got themselves a chicken dinner there. They could have been in the race for top 12, but being in the position they were in, they only got, I think, 4 eliminations at the end of that match, which you can't do much with the position like that. You have to be really silent and just count your bullets as much as you can. They didn't loot enough in the early stages. But yeah, at the bottom, otherwise, down in the bottom 4, don't expect to come back to make into Livik. So yeah, currently it's just a few teams aiming for that top 12 position.
Absolutely, and we have our Livik later on. It's now time for the penultimate game, but before we do that, huge thank you to Monster, keeping us energized and fueled here for PMPL EU Fall. So now let's check in with our last main match before we move on to that Livik here with Jackie and Blank.
Yeah, the last sort of title card, I guess. You know, this is what we're going to be looking at here, Blank. Rounding out the week with hopefully a final opportunity for some of our top squads to get a few extra points under their belt.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of these teams to maybe get into that top 12 as well. For KASIK team, it's going to be a little bit difficult. I feel like we're already sort of confirmed here. You know, they're 100 points to Nexus is 117, which is that cutoff. So KASIK would have to have a big game here. Nexus would have to really let things slip. So that is the main things we're looking at here. And for KASIK team, it's a difficult match to play in. KASIK and Titans both playing in this one, will be dropping towards Painan. I think it's one of the matches right now where we kind of want to see KASIK team decide that, look, is it worth it? No, let's move away.
They're not going to give it up. There's no way. You can see just how stubborn both of them are in the sense where they're like, no, this is our drop spot. You know, it's not even a conversation, Blank. It just feels like it's one of those where you'll be kind of locked into these fights till the end of time, until someone completely changes the mindset. Because right now they both believe in it. So let's see if they're going to drop for it again, and also if they will just fight tooth for nail. It's been the again and again fight always happening between these two.
Yeah, we talked in the past as well how Painan can technically comfortably hold 2 teams on either side, but KASIK team seems to want to send a player over towards the north and south side, keep Titans kind of boxed in, cornered in, but I don't think this is the game to do it. If you can get towards that Livik, is a few more juicy points that you can kind of eke out at the end of the day. It's quite important to get towards. For Major Pride, Gladiators, 2 big matches here for them. If Gladiators can really extend that lead, it's going to be very difficult for either of those teams to actually get ahead over towards that Livik. But for Gladiators, again, yeah, like, Sanhok is just not their best map. They did great on that last one. They definitely dropped the ball a little bit with that Shockwave push, which you knew was coming. KASIK team already losing a member right off the get-go. It doesn't look good, Jackie. But a Northwest Island potential finish on the cards. It's going to be good for Gladiators. They've been waiting for this one all tournament.
Hey, it very well could be. You know, this is one of the games where Gladiators, if they can continue on from the sheer stride they've been having over today, and yesterday, then there's room for improvement on already the perfection we've been seeing. This is where it gets interesting. This one feels like it's actually going to end in such a horrific state for both teams. That's the bit that hurts the most. KASIK team and Titan, it's never that like one squad cleanly wipes the other. They both walk away so wounded, down to duos, down to trios, with nothing to really play on, and that's what ruins the the projection of them going deep into games off of the drop here onto Painan. So it's just uncomfortable to watch. Already Old Boy's been knocked. KASIK team have taken an opportunity here to slow down and look to get the revive off to save their teammate. Trofka's just holding for the peaks through the elevated windows, but Titan aren't giving them an inch just yet. They revive Old Boy and look to now group up.
Yeah, M249 in the hands of Trofka as well. Pretty grim weapon to go up against in these kind of engagements, especially when you're only rocking the level 1 vest here. For Havlik, no meds, no supplies really available. So, a difficult game, difficult fight for both these teams. You're right, it's just going to end really quite badly. For both of them, Havlik just having to back up, look for some sort of supplies.
So they all group up right on top of one another. It feels like deja vu sometimes watching these play out as well, because we just see it every single game whenever both of these teams are in circulation here on Sanhok. Without fail, there's just this extended bout where neither of them really just want to concede it and kind of give up and go, you know what, all right, look, we've reset the fight, we've had a bit of time to loot some of the buildings, maybe let's just rotate off and look for something else. They will just stay scrapping for as long as it takes until one of these two teams is ruined.
It's painful, man, because it is really that opportunity just to leave, just to go away. It's not worth it anymore. Just give up the ghost. There's a potential that PERMITTA runs down this way, takes some pot shots over towards them. They're lucky because PERMITTA opts to head towards Ruins, understanding it's free. MADBULLS aren't playing this game. So sort of curious here from KASIK and Titan. And you're just wondering how it's going to play out, if it's going to play out even well. And it's such an important game for KASIK as well to get in towards that Livik that it just doesn't feel right, especially when when you stated it so well, Jackie, in the sense that even if one of these teams does win, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to even go as far as say 9.9 times out of 10, one of those teams is leaving that engagement with 1 player down, at least.
Yeah. That's the drawback to it, right? You're never walking away in a better position than you could have been if you bailed out on a fight and just took some of the loot you've already got. Especially at this point where you've had opportunities to, like you say, at least pick, the south side or north side of Painan clean. At that point, you've basically traded loot. There is enough to go around in a drop spot like this. If you can be the bigger man, I suppose, and just go, okay, at this point, it's time to give up the goose. We don't need to keep chasing for the golden goose egg on this one. And this is what worries me, is look at Rops basically being the tripwire. He's like the bear trap, just miles ahead. Oh, it gets a bit iffy on the getaway as well through the window. Man, I don't know. At least he's been able to double back. So he's got a bit of a read. He can give that information to the rest of the team. But KASIK team, they're starting to look for the fight now. They're winding up the punch.
Skills as though no helmet, no vest, no meds, no nades. Very barren as opposed to Titan, who've had a lot more time to loot up everywhere else. And I like this from them. They took the opportunity, they sent across whilst KASIK team was getting in towards these positions. They've got players on either side now who look fairly looted and booted. I think it's only Robs who is looking a little bit sparse for loot. But like you said, he was playing more of that sensor in the front, right? He's sending off the alarm. The Nameless try to rock up towards VIRTUS.PRO. They're not having it.
VIRTUS.PRO don't go down easy in fights like this. But it's equal trades. Either side actually being able to make this one look horrendous for the other. Elementrix also setting up with the utilities. He wants to throw the nade clean on over. Pin pulled again here, looking for the lineup, trying to play off the audio cues. Peeks round, but that nade won't connect. Gives enough time for them to get back up. So the Nameless resetting from the fight, something that VP won't have such an easy time to do themselves, as they've already lost Ruda. And Madness, he's on his last legs, needs to revive.
Or is the Nameless get way further into this engagement they really should have done? Gladiators feeling very comfy over towards this northwest side. SBG send in, will take down Harla and might look to finish off the remainders of VIRTUS.PRO 2. They notice another team's here, so VIRTUS.PRO's element of surprise is gone. I understand it's just one more squad towards this location. They're rocking up towards a third party. I like this from SBG. Quick moves from them as well. Over from the eastern side, they're already on this northwest island. Lovely to see coming through from SBG.
SBG tucking in after finding success on their well-timed crash as they pulled the rug out from underneath the Nameless. And now, seeing if they can clean up onto an already somewhat weakened VIRTUS.PRO. Ooh, Elementrix losing half his health, but still being able to secure the vehicle and make some smooth moves on the getaway. Bailing on the rest of the squad though, leaving the duo effectively trapped at this point with no easy method of rotation out from this fight.
Goodness, I'm worried about Gladiators right now. Nexus is just sending up towards a hillside. They know how Gladiators play. They've been in these lobbies with them for a long, long time. They will really have to step up the pace here. Meku already down on bended knee, and Matic has to go huge. Already finds one. This is really good. Redox is also quite low here. Doran's out. Meku, I think he's still up at the moment, potentially, for them. No, does get flushed out, and Matic will suffer to SBG from underneath. What a move from Nexus. A very quick rotate from Cow to a position where they know the Gladiators like to hold this only on a two-man split.
Great understanding of the game. Good mechanics as well, because you still got to hit your shots, even if you have read the situation well. But this force is an issue now. Tixie, so good mechanically today. He's looked fantastic. He's been hitting some worldies game in, game out. But even here, he realizes that this is such a tall order to try and take these peaks from the top of the ridge and actually make it work. Basically playing as a solo at this point for Gladiators, as the rest of his team, one by one, gets isolated, tagged and bagged. Robs, lucky to be alive on the getaway as he takes damage from Corker. MUERTE closing the gap here. Two players knocked though. Malloy will be revived it seems, but Furia eats bullets from Havlix. And now you've kind of isolated MUERTE. Titan, when they fragment a team like this, they love to dive bomb.
Yeah, and Havlik is insane when it comes to these angles. Quick peek around the corner. Havlik goes basically down to no HP. Digs deep there to stay alive. I see Sentinel does a good amount of damage from his squad mate Robs. Now two players locked into a really horrible scenario here.
Nades being thrown over top. Icy just looking to peek from behind the rock. It's one nice tag, lighting up Malloy. The repeat's even better as well. Hard commits as he will be able to finish him off. Corker not hitting a blinder on that one as Robs assaults with the SMG and finishes them all off. So MUERTE, even in a situation where it felt like they were being able to handily deal with Titan, Titan grasped control of it and mopped them up on that one.
And I mean, you look at that, and there's an even bigger story talk there, which is about the KASIK team morale. So it seems that Titan were able to mop them up, take them out of the game, and that KASIK's team's chance at getting themselves into that Livik game, they've been dashed. And I'm pretty sure we're now just confirming our top 12 right off the bat here, going over towards Livik. So this game is just all about how many more points can Gladiators squeeze out this game with just the two players. And can Major Pride catch up? Because they are getting across right now from boot camp. Currently playing with 4 players alive as well. Sanhok being one of Major Pride's specialties, even though it hasn't looked like it today.
If you're Major Pride as well, you'd be kicking yourselves if you weren't able to have a good game of it here. And basically, you know, you've got to be thinking in their comms right now, going into this game, the understanding was we need to really play a blinder and overtake Gladiators. Having anything less than that is going to be upsetting for them. I mean, their center zone right now, relatively fragmented though, and so many teams close by in terms of the grouping. You've got VP with basically just Beck, who was kind of the only one that was left behind towards the compound that was taken by SBG, with the rest of the squad further ahead. Then Gladiators up top on the hillside, with Nexus already aware of the situation, scoping them out. Man, a lot of interesting fights potentially in the next few moments with how the lay of the land is looking.
It's a really horrible circle as well. We head down towards the south side with PERMITTA in trifecta right now. Alpha trying to assault it. And this really does throw a spanner in the works for practically every single team here, because your confirmation over towards that northwest side suddenly becomes a lot more iffy. The accuracy percentage is just not there anymore. People want to start sending down towards the south. The Titans might have just been thrown a bone in terms of where they can rotate into the circle and stay relevant within this game.
Nexus jumping in the Jeep and looking to put the pedal down, see what they can do here, taking a few seconds to pop the stims, reset themselves and distribute the ammunition amongst one another, distributing the communal wealth. KONINA Power on the move as well. They go over the bridge and start to look to actually gravitate towards the zone. Meanwhile, TUNA making a splash as they swim into action against Dark Project. An exchange from either side though, and it's not looking too clean for TUNA as they'll start to get tuned a bit more literally with the weapons here. Purple switching left and right between the two angles. Kind of the only man left now, just trapped behind some rocks here.
That nade goes through. Needs to go a bit further, dropping a smoke on it. His window is closing. Smoke goes through. It's a little bit harder to isolate and understand where that opening of the door is, but Titans, they're surrounding. Nexus make a quick play over towards VIRTUS.PRO and Madness, as well as Elementrix, but a player goes down right off the get-go. Scapahala out. Doran, what was that? Gets at least Elementrix, but now Madness might want to finish off, run straight into the fire and the flames.
Madness trying to make some comeback level plays for VP here. They've been on the back foot for so long, just keeping themselves out of trouble. This man, he's been right in the thick of it for ages as well. The fact that he's now starting to close the gap and eventually re-link up with the rest of the squad, if he can make a play, it could save the bacon of VIRTUS.PRO. Instigates with the Molotov, the fire burning brightly, the bullets connecting as well. Beck beckoning a comeback here for VP, and as the vehicle detonates from Madness, that'll be Doran going down and Nexus losing out in 13th.
Yeah, seriously, nice play there from VIRTUS.PRO, especially Elementrix and Madness. The hold on that was not easy. Circle moves back up again. It's so cruel, Jackie. It's really not helping anyone. Major Pride, tall task ahead of them to get in towards the circle, but right now, Dagestan just have such a killer position.
Oh, you hate to see it for Tixi as well. Trying his best to control the recoil, spamming straight down into the hitbox there of Elementrix and looking for the opening pick. Couldn't quite control it. Bit cleaner here onto Beck though, but again, saved by the bell as the roof provides just enough cover for him to tuck in and stay alive. VP, getting given little opportunities here to just squeeze on by.
It's the tiny opportunities that count the most. A lot of times, KONINA Power edging their way over towards that bridge side with MADBULLS not on the game. It makes this crossing a whole lot easier. SPG could technically take the compound over towards the east of them. It's not ideal though. Right now, it's Alpha team who have maintained control over towards the edge of trifecta for such a long time. Now look to assault over towards PERMITTA, but with 2 players down, life gets very hard for Reflect as well as Mandarin, trying to walk their way in here.
Alpha, they've had a good day of it. But again, they're being tested in uncomfortable situations. Reflect, it's all about his decision making here. He's got to control the fight whilst also reviving his teammates. Exshipa with a hell of a shot onto Rogo. Might have bought them just enough time to play this one off though. Back into the corner for PERMITTA, trying to pop the medic in time. See if you can use that first aid kit to survive this one. The building's burning. The nades are coming on in from the side. Crosshair in the right location though, and he'll strike. Exshipa silenced.
There's a huge amount of damage coming back their way. I think that's maybe from Titans, who have got a read over towards this engagement. Major Pride, they've breached over towards the coast. Big test here for Dagestan. Can they hold on to this compound with such a massive team in their midst? But it's Alpha continuing to push through, almost ushered on by the blue zone.
It's sending them forward and they are thriving, taking it in their stride. But Mandarin so low, he's forced to slow it down, put the brakes on. He's going to be beat.
He's not checked him.
He doesn't clear the angle blank. That could have been the difference between Alpha being taken out and he doesn't hard commit to the clear.
Oh my lord, the fact that he doesn't see him there and he gives away his position in the meantime. The shots from Robs, hits over towards Sneaks. Can Alpha live this one out for a bit longer? Mandarin with a nade out the window, does a good amount of damage, forces him out to the side. Gladiators, on the other hand, still going on the northern side as well, by the way. They have survived this one out despite Nexus giving them the beans early on.
This is unbelievable. The smallest of intricacies making the world of difference. And Athis, the man we mentioned, always party crashing, always turning up to try and make you have a bad day in these sort of moments. Well, right now he's lurking, hidden away behind the rock, pops the stims to try and top himself up, taking so much damage from the blue though, that even committing to try and make a last-ditch attempt play here probably isn't going to work out too well for him. And Titan, they're coming down as well, so they might actually have a clear line of sight onto Athis. Could be a freebie for them, but they prioritize Mandarin first, then Athis goes down. They must be on like 16 eliminations right now, by the way. This is a classic Titan game.
Awesome stuff. 14 so far, Jackie. Huge match from the Titans. All four players putting in the work right now. Naomi spotted, but Icy doesn't give it too much welly there. Wants to get back in the vehicle, rotate through. They realize they're crossing. It's not going to be easy. But the circle hasn't decided one way or another. It could be over towards the south. It could be over towards the north. In the meantime, Kitsune takes down Zadira, one of the strongest spots in the lobby, removed by the Gladiators.
Look how twitchy it is. The crosshair placement for Titan here, flicking between angles. They're amped up. This is the sort of Titan gameplay that shows you they're informed to try and win a game. But maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Major Pride, keep in mind, this team knows they need to get points out of this one. They know they need to deny Gladiators keeping that top spot on the leaderboards. They want to upset them and take that commanding position back. And already here, they start to slow down Titan. But Gladiators stuck into the action as well with Shifu. He's finished off.
Doesn't make any sense. The Gladiators playing this position so well. They've got the high ground and they are just overwhelming with it. Dagestan has to move forward, and in a way, Gladiators almost helped Major Pride out by doing this, but unbeknownst to them, of course, Titans will have to make their crossing. It's not easy. The bridge is out and they will have to swim it through. They're going to have to at least take out these teams over towards the eastern side as best for their ability. Only 3 players left remaining. Tixi gets his brother-in-arms back up again, but the sight lines are their way. SBG currently on a tear. Titans will be removed as from the water. Major Pride is still going.
Limbo. Looking for the push down, peeking from behind the rock. SPG finding 2 pickups as well as Robs is gone. So from Titan, just running through, being the powerhouse that was just taking everyone out, they're starting to get a taste of their own medicine now. And meanwhile, Major Pride are coming alive and they realize they need to grab the bull by the horns, control the pace of the game. Peak after peak, they obliterate anyone in front of them and start to thin us down to our final few squads in the blink of an eye. Gladiators with basically just one man left. It's Tixi, and look at the spacing on the minimap. Everyone's swarming him.
That is so silly that he lived for that long. Now, this is not an easy position for SPG to play. They do have the hard cover available to them. Major Pride will move over. Great shot from Nomi to start things up, but it is traded there from Narvalo. Unfortunately, Victor's up on high. So although this might be a resible position for Nomi, it certainly isn't for Victor.
This is outrageous. Nomi limping further forward. He's got some cover in front of him. 2 rocks there. If he can get close enough to be able to play off the geometry and be saved, revived and brought back into the fight. SBG, they've got to contend with Victor's position and look to be able to make a rescue mission up towards where he is. They deviate from the plan, sending 1 man up to grab him. Meanwhile, Narvalo pulls off a flank towards the right-hand side. Naomi could be up for the pickings.
This guy is absolutely disgusting with nades. We've seen him hit some absolute tournament-winning explosions in the past. Allah is able to get Victor back up on his feet. Really strong move there. Naomi spots Narvalo, and in the meantime, they just don't have the defenses to hold this one on. Major Pride want to bring it back right at the end of the day, but Effect is down. Nomi back up to full HP, drops the med kit in there. Snowix over towards that top side. Position not known as of yet.
That might have been the winning play. Being able to swoop in from the sideline could have been the difference maker for Major Pride. But big surprise here is that SBG are pounding their chest and want to prove that they can be the very best in this situation. The Gorilla is getting aggro. It's going big mode. Dino strikes back though onto Snowix and stops it, controlling the weather and giving that one over to Major Pride in the end. A game that they had to fight tooth and nail for. And by the skin of their teeth, Blank, they get the chicken dinner.
Really difficult win from them. The thing is, though, I think that in that situation, if SBG just confirm to push as 3, as opposed to try and go for that rescue mission, realistically, Victor, as well as Allah, did provide a huge amount of value in those last moments because it allowed Naomi to get so close up on that beachhead that he was able to take names and really take the game away for them as soon as Narvalo went down. What a great game from Major Pride. Essentially, their feet were wet the entire game. They'll be walking away with soggy socks, but at least they've got a hot chicken dinner in hands.
Soggy socks and a chicken dinner. The name of Major Pride's autobiography, it seems. So let's get over to the #1 and #2 autobiography reviewers in the PUBG Mobile business. Back on the desk.
Soggy socks and like a soggy crawdad walking out of the water here with its pincers held high. They've got themselves the victory. Unreal coming in here from Major Pride. I do feel like, though, SBG was playing an amazing game here, Max, but just 1 or 2 details don't go their way, and Major Pride takes the win.
We were nerding about their rotates. Like, this is such a good rotation. Wide wrap around the mountain northwest island and then get into the entry point onto the west side. They didn't go for the compound we were expecting on that slope, but it was still a really good control of the ridge the entirety of that game. But then Major Pride, Nomi in particular, those opening Noxagon to Narvalo, that was so important to just get a little bit more space to work with. But as you said, there was just some details of SPG that didn't quite work out. Narvalo's position was too important to unfortunately lose him that quickly.
Very important, and I will actually go even further than that. I will say that, and you can dispute this if you want to, that him throwing the nade as early as he did towards Naomi probably cost him that position, because before that they didn't know exactly where he was and the threat that actually loomed. That gave away exactly how close he was. What do you think?
I can't argue against that, because you literally see Naomi's perspective change when he sees that nade. He's like, oh, okay, cooking the nade, throws it right on top of Narvalo. I think he's down to a 3rd HP after that, and just a bullet or 2 is going to be enough to wrap it up. And then you see Naomi get into that small little dip, and he can just play it out the entirety of that game because he is still in circle, and the rest of SBG are forced to go downhill. So yeah, I fully agree that Narvalo threw that one a little bit too early without enough cover, and that information given away was pivotal to secure the win.
Yeah, it's wild how these minor details can really change things. I mean, of course, Naomi was cooking an 8 himself before that anyway. He was just waiting for a little bit more info before actually going for the proper toss, right? And that gave away exactly what he needed. 2,300 damage going the way of Major Pride here against SPG, who, again, no chicken dinners for anybody else. the top 3 here. Yeah, very well done by them. Really capitalizing on the fact that MADBULLS was not playing on this game, of course, here, trying to get themselves even more points on the board. And do bear in mind as well here, though, yes, okay, these teams did well to get themselves top 3 positions, etc., and things like that. Titans were wrecking folks down in that south position, man. That was crazy.
Yeah, I don't think Titans know what placement points are. They only know elimination points. That's the only thing they know that's working out. Havik back on board, you know, good to see Havik playing this one. But yeah, I'm happy to see Robs finally get a bit of a glorious moment in this match and clearing out teams like your Unicorns of Love in the southern side, which I think should have been in SBG's position way sooner, especially Kalaris, taking into account the fact that MADBULLS are not playing. Ruins is free. The Western Bridge is free. You can transition to the Northwest Island really quickly, and yet Unicorns of Love just get tangled up in that fight with the rest of Titan, and it's a bit weird. But Titan, as we know, really strong at punishing teams that maybe linger for too long and get themselves full squad wipes again and again and again.
Yeah, awesome stuff, and awesome to look at the numbers there of Titans as well, as we take a look at the highlights from this game. And its highlights abound, to be perfectly honest, because I said before that second circle pop, Max, whilst we're watching it, please center on trifecta so all the teams can suffer. And it did, and all the teams suffered. It was brilliant.
Yeah, screw everyone, give them a trifecta circle right on top of trifecta, and you were laughing like a goblin after.
I was.
Yeah, that's how it
was good times.
That's exactly what he did, yeah. Yeah, I mean, good to see PERMITTA going straight for trifecta. They clearly understand the value. They've been going to this position many times before.
Yep.
But Alpha Team started popping off and got himself some good plays. I think there were some angles that were left unchecked, so it made it a bit weird for that fight to really wrap up properly. Yeah, Narvalo, look how strong his position is around that coastline. And then, as you see, Narvalo was hit by one nade, Naomi gets it, and he just never has to leave this position. And SPG going downhill. To be honest, fair enough. Snokes had a great double. That was an amazing double, but the angle of Naomi, as we said, able to win it against Narvalo, just locked the game in their favor.
Yeah, having that kind of split for SPG was critical for them to try and secure that out, even though, as you say, Snokes had a great double, and then opening that up just gave him too much of a good perch in towards the circle. Because honestly, if you hold where Narvalo is and hold the kind of forests up on the hill side that they have and just sit there for a little while and wait for Major Pride to have to make the first move, you've got a lot of circle control in that situation. So allow them to try and see what goes on from there.
Yeah, the entirety of Major Pride, again, pushed by the blue zone. So if you have a dip next to the water low ground and multiple high ground positions at different levels of elevation, you're not going to beat it, right? And especially using Nomi as quickly as they did, I was like, that's going to be tough, but yeah.
Yeah, all things considered, though, I mean, we're being quite critical of very minute details here, but this is the stress level you've got at the very top of PUBG Mobile, right? Like, it's understandable that some of these slight mishaps occur when Narvalo, for example, is thinking to himself, okay, where exactly is Naomi? Is he behind that tree? If he is behind that tree, I get the knock and I completely blow open the doors against Major Pride. So again, really small details are going to make the difference here, and you can't begrudge teams for that. We're just kind of trying to break those down. But let's take a look at those overalls as well and see what's going on. Because with that, Major Pride seizes number one again. It's been so back and forth throughout the day, throughout yesterday as well. How excellent it has been as competition up towards the top. 234 points for Major Pride here with a Livik in hand, I suppose.
It's going to be happening right here. This could be a very impactful Livik, actually.
Yeah.
But are we going to have another tie between Major Pride and Gladiators after this Livik? I would love to see that happening, hopefully. But yeah, MADBULLS is going to be playing this one too. They had a cheeky little break, so back onto the battlegrounds they go. And at the bottom, SPG, the boys, they're on the page. They're on the page. The best team. Oh, yeah.
There you go. His favorite thing in the world, SPG, has been able to move on up into the top 8. I mean, you should need a top 12, but I mean, that is extra points here for them to try and garner going into that final. So fantastic. Maybe we could see them pop off in here on Livik. But the cutoff point will be VULGAR boys. They make it through to Livik. KASIK team, unfortunate for them, 27 points shy. Actually, that's quite far shy. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Outside of their 2 wins, not a lot of placement points coming their way for KASIK team throughout their 24 total matches played. So a bit tough for the guys. And I feel like one thing they can look back onto Phase 2 to try and improve entering Phase 3 is going to be holding compounds, like understanding what are the weaknesses of those compounds, if you have to maybe stretch a bit wider or regroup a bit more to try and make sure you're not as vulnerable as we did see in that last Miramar. And of course, at the bottom, Unicorns, Nameless, PERMITTA, Dark Project will be ending their Phase 2 adventure here. No Livik for you. No.
Yeah, unfortunately. I will say, actually, looking at that as well, if SHOCKWAVE is able to sort out their placement points deficit, I want to say, they had 70 limbs compared to the other teams around them, whereas it was really the replacement points they were lacking. If SHOCKWAVE could solve that problem, there is definitely a world where they could be then top 12 for Phase 3. What do you think?
I think we've definitely seen them trying to do that throughout the day. That fight versus Gladiators, they went for the wide wrap on Sanhok over to the west. They were very, very silent throughout the entirety of that game, trying to get to strong positions. And then when they had 4v4 versus Gladiators, completely overwhelmed them. Of course, maybe a few shots missed by this particular Kitsune, but at the end of the day, it was really strong for them. So I feel like we are in the process for Shockwave to make those changes to reach the late game more, but it's not something that's going to change so drastically and so quickly. It takes time to get there, and with this 4-day break, maybe this is what they need to really try and train it as much as possible before going in the next phase.
Livik's on the way. What percent of players are going to have the M1014 in their arsenal? What do you think?
Everyone.
Everyone.
Especially if you're in crabgrass, the best.
Shut up. Just go away, you. Don't like crabgrass. It's rubbish. Yeah, I mean, it's a great gun, obviously. I don't know if we'll see much P90. I would like to see the P90.
So I find it's
getting there before you.
The M4's there, though. That's the thing. You could have M4 and also an M1014. It's a smaller map, so you definitely want to have that kind of like close quarter combat weaponry. So it makes sense to have that kind of loadout.
Yeah, no, definitely. And who actually won our last Livik when in the previous?
After throw of Dagestan, I think.
No, yeah, exactly. That's why I wanted to look it up, because I was so annoyed after we did predictions. It was a guaranteed win over on the other side of the water, and they swam over and allowed them to get in. It was ridiculous, Max.
I'm just double checking to make sure I'm not saying absolute randomness. If it was them that won it, actually no, was it? Did I mix it up?
You'll find it.
Oh, no, it was Muerte. It was Muerte. Yeah, that was correct. Good me.
All right, well, let's see then. Let's get onto it. It's Livik here for the end of phase 2. Jackie and Black, take it away.
Here we go. Last game of the night then. Last game of the week. Bit of a Brucey bonus as we got the Livik matchup. You ready for this, Blank? You excited?
I love it. I'm ready for Livik. I love Livik. Great map. Great vibes. Good environment here that we're heading on towards this final. The top 12 teams will be going through to pick themselves up some more bonus points and potentially get towards the top of the tables here so they can earn their additional points going in towards the finals. We got Midstein on our screen as we head over towards the big Livik.
Oh, mate. Big old Livik. This will be fun. You know, nice treat at the end of the night. Some opportunities, like you said, to squeeze out potentially a few more points for a couple squads. And with how fine the margins have been through today's play day, and honestly, this week as a whole, this is a great way to round it out. You know, basically end the week, Blank, with your heads held high or a little bit upset if you're not able to squeeze out some extra points here in your last chance.
For sure, man. And we've got our teams from Major Pride all the way down to Nexus Gaming. Some of the teams that would love to get some more points here would be Dagestan. They could lead ahead from SBG, but SBG have been on a bit of a tear. So if SBG are able to win some matches here, get some points on the board, they could overtake VIRTUS.PRO, potentially even get over towards that 6th place position. I think it's unlikely they'll be able to leapfrog over the top of Alpha Team, but we'll see what happens. A small map. Wait to see exactly what comes through here. Titans do drop on top of Alpha Team. Oh, Jackie. I think that could be a little bit spooky. We know that Alpha Team not great in those early game engagements.
It's true. It is very true, mate. Sometimes it feels like they're nowhere near as hot as you expect them to be. You know, they come in a little bit sort of soft and soggy in the middle, and that can sort of hold them back. Titan, though, normally pretty crisp for the early game fights. It seems like already this one hasn't started off in a great manner for VP, though, as they take a ton of damage and have already suffered 2 knocks. Meanwhile, you can see Titan and Alpha sprinting around as quick as they can to look to scavenge and pick this place clean so they can kick off their fight. And VP seems like a clean sweep as they are completely done, really. I mean, just back in the back line. Can he stay alive?
Ooh,
no. Major Pride do it in. Yeah.
Me, that's Dagestan actually coming in to the engagement alongside with SBG, taking shots over towards Naomi. Everybody's down towards this south side. It's all popping off at the moment.
Oh, Shifu. I like this. I'm glad we're seeing a bit more from Dagestan, actually, because they've kind of been quite quiet in the lobbies today, whereas before that, they were popping off, they were getting aggro, they were swinging into some of these fights. We're seeing more of the, you know, classic Dagestan mantra here, where they do push in, they look to scrap, and they're cleaning up. Major Pride as well. You'd be so upset if you go this deep into the day. You're able to take points here and there, edging out slightly, just to fluff your lines instantly going into the bonus game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's funny as well, because this is the team we were talking about just before, saying that if they get some big points, they can kind of ladder themselves up quite quickly towards a higher placing within the lobby. Towards 6th, I reckon. But they get a massive game, a huge amount of eliminations, potentially they get above Alpha Team, they take 5th place. What a way to end it for themselves after it has been a bit of a crazy phase 2 for Dagestan.
It has indeed. Very topsy-turvy, back and forth like a metronome at times. Here, Titan looking to finally instigate the fight and cause a kickoff between Alpha, though. Havlik thought he had the game plan to strike with the element of surprise. Instead, reveals himself and is lucky to be alive as he gets away, double backing towards the stairs and barely getting himself out of dodge there.
Henchik does get flushed out. Havlik will just drop in the first aid kit. He's been cheeky, though, still looking for a bit more. Peeking over the top, spotting if anyone's trying to move through. It's a Sheeper on the window. Havlik, I think he knows. I think he's got a good read on this.
Seems like it. Reaction time's been through the roof as well. Sheeper, though, pulls the plug on it and looks to kick that one off. Not quick enough. The mechanics there, not quite ringing it on home. Wasn't able to instantly get the damage out onto Havlik, so he resets. Meanwhile, Titan have grouped up and are now pushing in a bit of a three-pronged attack here through the lower ground, clearing out the downstairs of the buildings.
Nice, he moves that. M114. Lovely to see, not only over in the TDMs, but also in the game. These engagements reflect, tries to run past it. Icy just lets him go.
Peeks it with the camera. Good game sense as well. The heads-up positioning so he can actually read where Reflect is going. Now peeks in. Wow, look at the ingenuity on the angles as well. Trying to peek through the back window there, looking for the fight. Meanwhile, you have Mandarin, who's lurking in the upstairs building. He catches the rotation on the sideline from Robs and removes him. Ooh, good flick back onto Icy as well. Titan, they had a grasp on this one, but the longer it goes on, they're starting to slip. They're falling down. And are they really going to be able to climb themselves back up, Blank? It's not looking good.
It really isn't. I mean, like, Mandarin has been so good today. Very accurate, really on the ball, and that's what you want to see from a guy like this. MADBULLS, though, off in the distance, could get involved. They are dealing with MUERTE right now, though. This has come to a bit of a standstill. It's both teams kind of curious of how they're going to approach this. It's like Havlik just going to send away, get the vehicle, get behind into some cover. Old boy tries to hit some shots of his own, but will just run on out of there.
Reflect. Seeing if they were potentially going to expose themselves, give an opportunity for him to take a stab in the dark again and re-engage the fight. But for now, it ends in a little bit of a stalemate with both teams being wounded on this one. VULGAR boys just waiting for the run-up as well, as Daikami will play inside of the building, listening out for the contact. As you can see, Offhaze and Co. starting to move on by the VULGAR boys' shop.
A bit worrying. Foopsman, though, inside the old truck, looking for a cheeky little play. Pylaus for the distance. Takimi with his shotgun just crawls out of the building. Belly down. Foopsman. Oh, Becca had no idea. Neither did Offhaze. Looks to go for the finish. A nade in hand could be the death of him. But here comes Takimi, the savior. Lovely stuff.
Great timing there. The push and pull working well for VULGAR boys. And you'd be so frustrated if you're KONINA Power. You can see they were not prepared for Foopsman's angle. That's the Foopsmobile that he's inside, by the way. That's his personal car. He brought that with him.
It's not invisible. It doesn't go very fast. There's no extras added to it. It's just a vehicle, but it
just has the smell of pesto. That's it. Reeks of pesto.
It's got a smell to it. That's how you know. That's how you know.
You catch whiff of him, you're like, oh no, I can smell the pesto.
Pestomobile's on the way.
Ne'er-dwellers, be warned. If you smell the pesto, you're gonna get dunzoed. The Foopsman classic, of course. Stresley as well, striking into action, saving the day here.
Don't try and testo the pesto. At the end of the day, VULGAR boys still going strong with it. Titans managed to find themselves another little compound. A lot of action right now, Jackie. A lot of action on our screens. Has started to die down just a little bit. I'm just looking for location. Not even really sure how this one is going to end, to be honest with you. So Max, man, we've sort of been abusing this in the background, and we've not told you guys about it either, but I think I'm going to have to whip it out here on the broadcast. I've got to know who wins. I'm going to have to boot up the Predictron. Give me a second. I'm logging in.
You bringing him in? You turning him on?
I'm going to have to.
All right.
Password. Enter. All right. I should be booting him up right now. Hello, Predictron.
Hello, Master.
Predictron, can you tell me who's going to win this game?
Scanning. Scanning. Battleground is Livik. I concur that Titan Gaming will win.
Titan's got 2 players, Predictron.
Titan Gaming will win. I have concurred.
Okay, Predictron, I'm sorry. I cannot fault you. I know Maxman has been really abusing you over in the background to get these wins on board.
I believe that Titan Gaming will prove their worth now. Thank you. I am Predictron, #1 PUBG Mobile robot for predictions.
Thank you so much, Predictron. Sorry I faulted you. We will be going for Titan Gaming on this one, everybody. I'm going to shut him down, though. Can't keep him on for too long.
Power him off.
Yeah. So let me just power him off right now.
He's bold, isn't he? Titan Gaming. I didn't expect it. I mean, the thing is, he's an AI. We fed him a lot of data of PUBG Mobile professional games, so I kind of got to trust him.
Yeah, you have to trust him on this one.
I think everyone's got to go Titan.
We have to. It's imperative that we go Titans right now. You know, Havlik, old boy, as Predictron said, you know, gamer #1. This could be the big move. They are central. It's a bold pick, but yeah.
Hey, man, look, if Predictron thinks it's happening, I've got to follow it. We always love our big man Predictron, robot in the back. Production have been looking after him for years. He's a good guy. But anyway, back into the flow of the game for now. SBG, they're getting tuned, blank. Unlike a robot, as they will be finished off on this one. And yeah, look, I mean, it makes sense. You know, Predictron calls it. We're all in.
We have to be. That, like, look, he's just such a smart guy. You know, he's above us mere mortals. So I think it's good that the desk guys, they also believe in him. I know Max been using him a bit too much. That's why he's got such a high score. It's a bit unfair on us, but look, at least he is consistent.
Like we only bring him in for the bonus games because it's just not fair otherwise, you know? You can't overwork him. #robot rights.
True. Look, they're undisputed at the moment. With all the AI going around, look, no one's thought about the robot rights. This guy was a vending machine in the past. It's repurposed, re-optimized.
Used to deploy cans. Now he deploys game-winning predictions. That's just the nature of Predictron, really. Well, my favorite character in the PUBG Mobile PMPL EU universe. But right now, you can see a clash of 2 worlds as MADBULLS and Gladiators going head-to-head here, Blank, seeing what they can do on this one.
But it is. Obviously, they really do want to get some points on board, right? This is it's very important for them to get these points on side. They were a little bit behind, I believe, at the start of this game, so they want to get a bit more. And right now, 0 eliminations. Not too much found, but again, chicken dinner, it is worth 10 points. Still even on a Livik. See where they currently are on the map, just rotating over towards that eastern side. Towards Midstein itself, a commercial district.
Do a bit of shopping.
Yeah.
Do a bit of walking. These are all things that can be done.
That's where we got Predictron from.
Yeah, we popped in. He was on sale.
Picked him up.
I said it. This little character used to be a vending machine, and we said we'll take him. And then we fed him every game ever played for PUBG Mobile as an algorithm. And Max has been working with him closely ever since. You know, sometimes it feels like he does throw out the odd haywire prediction where maybe he is sort of thinking back to being a vending machine, blank, because this one's crazy.
He was quite aggressive on this Titan pick, I'll say that now.
He seems to like Titan, doesn't he?
He loves him. He just loves that too. This is VULGAR Boys once again with the Pesto Mobile in tow. Actually, a pretty decent fight coming through from that. I really did like the shot coming through from Foosman, the back of the Pestomobile itself. Actually took some shots over towards the guys on KONINA Power, took down one, made sure to go for the flush, and then he's in such a nadeable position. The only option there is just to turn around and go for the nade. So the game plan is a little bit sneaky, and I really did enjoy it at the end of the day. So great stuff from him.
Frozen with a knockback onto Tixi as well. Tixi's had a huge day, but biting off potentially more than he can chew here. Gladiators looking to recover the situation as they are pushing back on up. MADBULLS just holding in the meanwhile. And it's been quite quiet from Titan. I mean, maybe Predictron did know something we didn't. They've been keeping their noses clean. They've been out of trouble for a while. A lot of our other squads are starting to scrap amongst one another as well. And it's resulting in a fair few of them also whittling down their numbers. They're not, you know, the only team that have only got a duo remaining at this point, with tons of damage being done across the board.
It's getting to a point where, you know, Titans actually could be in a spot of the map that is really strong towards a late game, especially around Reeds and Old Plaza. These buildings are pretty damn good, Jackie. I think he's onto something, you know. And like I said, a lot of these teams, they're losing members. Nexus, they still have to push through Dagestan. They're likely going to take a fight with these two guys, in which case both teams should take a lot of damage. Dagestan might be lucky to get away with this with a couple of players still on side. MADBULLS going off, finding a bit towards them. M1014 towards Zadira. Definitely will get flushed out. This is madness. To MUERTE, though, they might be on for another Livik win with the 4 players they have currently down towards the south side. They're a bit split off, and Furia going a little bit too hard over towards this western side. Potentially might lose his life for it.
Nades coming in over the top. Look at the spacing on this one between all of our squads here. Oh, it's tantalizing. Nexus trapped in the middle. Titan just off towards the wayside. Might get an opportunity to see those boys live and kicking on this one. Alpha, meanwhile, give us the big slap on the back as they start to go down. And actually, Titan can keep themselves out of trouble on this one. The rest of the squad's forced to fight it out at this point because of the close spacing. MUERTE are the only squad with all 4 left alive, and already they're starting to take bullets back. Furia goes up in a puff of smoke. Havlik comes in with a pick up onto Octavian as well. What is happening?
Taking them all down to MUERTE. 3 players still on side. Titans remaining as 2 players. They have a great chance in this. Gladiators are being pushed in directly by the blue zone. Should be spotted. Milky Way on the other side of the river. Tresley goes down. Redox takes a lot of damage. Everyone's being hammered here. And like you said, Titans keeping their nose clean. Have a nice compound to work with. Can regroup with Old Boy. Gladiators, though, still coming through. They don't have eyes on with the big rock in the way. Keep them out. Havlik will have to move down. Look at this, the circle. It moves towards Predictron's pick here.
This is madness. Predictron. He seems to have analysed it so well there that maybe there is something to be said for Titan. It's in their hands now. Predictron's done all he can. Nexus running through the zone to try and get ahead of it. The peek out from Havlik. Man licks him up as Redox goes down. Havlik smart as well. Hits the deck so he won't be exposed. He can take those peeks when necessary now. Kapahala, normally an absolute nuisance with the grenades as he'll be throwing them in through the windows, looking to force them out of the window. But Havlik with the shotty burns bright, but burns literally. Old Boy forced to play medic on that one now and recover him.
It's unfortunate. We'll just burn out by the molly there. Just down to Old Boy, though. #1 gamer. We've all heard it here first. See if you can clutch this one out. Gladiators, though, find their way over towards this northeast side. It would be awesome if Gladiators could take this game. MADBULLS down towards the south of the river, too. And Major Pride have further to go. So all our big names towards the end here. Tixi does spot Old Boy. Knows where he's coming from, too. It's going to be hard for Old Boy to escape from this location. Sends over towards their position too, but he is on the outside.
Meanwhile, Effect is hit with the punishment. Fleek as well, taking a hefty hit. And this is drawing the attention of Gladiators, actually. Tixi trying to get an angle on Old Boy. Old Boy actually given a bit of a gift of a blessing here with his zone moving as well in his favor. But it seems like Predictron, his circuits were lying to us on this one. As Titan Gaming go out in 5th, not able to deliver on the gospel from the robot. DMR, GG, and MADBULLS now remaining as our 3 squads here in the last clash of the night on Livik.
Yeah, Kale's been debugging him in the background, and it seems that, like he said, Predictron just can't account for fire in these games. It's one of his little bugs that he's got going on, so it's a bit unfortunate. But they get further than I think anyone expected them to, almost to a podium finish. Certainly not Predictron. He expected this all the way. Gladiators, though, they send themselves towards a good position, and we can kind of talk about the storylines now. Gladiators looking to get themselves a big win on the board here, catapult themselves towards that top side. Major Pride are out. MUERTE looking for a little bit more of a win. They won it last time. Are these guys just our Livik Kings?
Potentially. They could be royalty if they take this one. Snatch the crown from whoever thinks they have it. Going into this last second bout, push down here for MADBULLS, but they eat the bullets on contact as well. Zerich, normally so crisp, but you've got to set him up into a position where he can actually peek onto them, and right now he's just being spammed at. Has no comfortable angle to fight from. Gladiators, though, now swamped as they're overwhelmed from either side. Tixi taken out, Trey back onto Fleeke. Meku forced to pop the bandage as well, whilst MUERTE, they can take peeks all over the shop. Trey back onto Malloy, but this is where it should all end. MUERTE standing tall as they grab the chicken dinner.
Great stuff from MUERTE. Honestly, the back-to-back on Livik is great news for them. Again, stepping up at the end of the day. We'd like to have seen it sooner. It doesn't come to fruition, but whatever. Nice plays from MUERTE. Gladiators also banking themselves on that second place. I think Meku realizes in that last moment the best thing he can do is secure those 6 points that come from the second place, get a couple more eliminations on side, and for them, more important than anything, what a game on Livik. Such good fun.
Yeah, no, a classic bit of banter there, you know, some good results, some good moments to round out what has been an absolutely explosive day from start to finish, really. I think this week delivered massively, and all of our games have been great blank. So really, I mean, final thing to do, of course, is dissect it, talk about what this has left us with as we've rounded out another incredible week here at PMPL EU. Let's get back to the desk.
There it was, an incredible game of Livik to round out phase 2, and it will be MUERTE. The back-to-back on Livik, of course, actually, with a circle that looked very similar for a while to the previous Livik that we had. It's just a good job that it shifted north. It wasn't exactly the same, Max.
Yeah, the true kings of Livik here is going to be MUERTE, of course. There was no dagger stand to throw away the game. It was just MUERTE's from the get-go to secure himself that game. And I like how they were able to just maneuver their way outside of the circle, but the circle tends to shift really quickly at the end of these games on Livik Kalara, so they had to like race against it and try and get back in circle. So good from them getting them 17 points, which that is a lot of good points coming their way for a Livik game where you can sometimes get a little bit less eliminations. But actually not only them, Nexus, 9 elims, big pop-off.
Yeah, nicely done here for them. Of course, we'll see how this kind of affects the overall rankings a little later on to see how many points people have been able to take away from this phase. As we take a little bit look further afield, Alpha Team, KONINA Power, SBG, VIRTUS.PRO, not too much to speak about here. But for these games, that early game stagnates a little bit. People get kind of caught up in some of those towns here on Livik, but then the later circles, the blue moves unbelievably fast in our current settings, Max. So these teams have a really hard time in the late game.
You can't outrun the blue, which is rare. Like normally on normal maps you can, but this one you just can't. It's just too damn quick, Kalara. It's too quick. And actually Titan could have had a good position, even though they only had Havlik and Old Boy, but it was a little bit too tough to transition away from your Gladiators. And yeah, Nexus topping the tables in terms of both damage and eliminations, really bringing home some decent points. But most importantly, having MADBULLS and Major Pride a little bit lower, it is good for Gladiators to get some points. It just helps them on the overall rankings just a tad more. But I do wonder if it was really impactful or if it's just going to remain the same at the end.
Yeah, so we have Redox up towards the top here for good old Nexus. Palucci is able to do something during all of this game, but Octavian moving around. And that's the numbers. Let's take a look at the highlights here from Livik and see exactly how everything shapes up as well. Nothing going on in Crabgrass, Max. I was very happy to see.
Oh yeah, we had, what, 4 teams last time, and then we had 0. Just everyone just avoiding it like the plague, which understandably so. You're looking back last week saying, maybe don't want a 4-team hot drop happening in Crabgrass. Let's just go elsewhere. We had a few fights happening back and forth. Titan taking the fight. Alpha Team unfortunately not quite able to win Midstein here. And they'd at least give himself 2 elims, but that was pretty much all they were going to get. And I'm still wondering, with Mandarin getting 2 elims, I don't know if I want to predict him for my MVP of the day. He was pretty good.
Yeah, he was. That's a big question, but also another big question. Who is? What is? Where is Predictron? Right? Because, I mean, he, she, it, whatever it may be, went for, they went for Titan Gaming and it was not to be. That's ridiculous. That I can't believe you've been talking to it all day.
Yeah, I've been using it since day one, pretty much. It's great. It's a great tool. Sorry, I didn't want to call it a tool. I'm sorry. I apologize, Predictron. That's a bit too much.
Like when Blank called me a tool, yeah.
Oh, I mean, that I do agree with, but
that's fine.
It's a bit too much. But yeah, can't compete with fire, unfortunately, though. Seeing some P90 played by Gladiators. Happy to see that happening, but then they're all being fed into the position of MUERTE. No, nice to get the back-to-back win here, but the terrain, they drop here, they like to play here, they know how to execute it.
All right, let's take a look at the daily winners then and see how the day has wrapped on up. We've had quite the variety of winners actually here across the board. Let's be honest, as usual, kind of a lot of CIS dominance, to say the least. But hey man, they look good. You can't fault them.
Yeah, we haven't just got just Gladiators or just MADBULLS or just Major Pride. As you said, a lot of variety here, but they still get himself a chicken dinner each, which shows they're still bringing some pretty hefty points on board. And we were talking during this game, right, Kalaris, that this tournament is so top heavy. It is insane. Even on this game of Livik, a game where a map where normally teams don't play too much, you still had MUERTE, Gladiators, MADBULLS still continuously at the top, just bringing points on board. So it's really tough to compete for anyone that's in the middle or at the bottom of the rankings here.
I know, it's they're really showing their absolute mastery over the battlegrounds, and especially over some of the teams towards the bottom that, I'm going to say it, at the moment, some of them are looking like feeder teams, which allows these teams that are the sharks up at the top to just prey upon them. And obviously you don't want that in a scenario like this here at PMPL EU Fall. We're thinking about the MVP, Max. You were saying...
I was thinking Mandarin, but with how the rest of the day went, I'm not sure. And I feel like Rob's popped off at one point for Titan. I don't know. This is a tough one. I have no idea. I think I'm going to change it from Mandarin to Rob's. I'll go with that.
Yeah? I guess I'll go with Mandarin. I am also a little bit clueless
it's
for
a close
today.
One today.
Yeah, because it was all over the place, right? Well, we'll find out in just a moment and see who the MVP was. Tixi!
Yes! The supremacy!
Actually... 2,700 damage, 2,800 damage is kind of insane here across the day. That's ridiculous.
That's really strong. I mean, that was that Miramar, right, where they were just shooting at everything that moves.
Yeah.
This game in particular, where he was just on top of the roof, taking shots at KONINA Power, Titan, VIRTUS.PRO, everyone that was getting even remotely close off that compound, he was going to laser them down. And of course, went for the typical Tixi off angle to just lock down that game. And he's been just so good, really. Tixi is always the fragger for Gladiators, sending anywhere, and he's going to do the job. And he's MVP today. Love to see it.
Definitely. Very impressive stuff. as always, basically, usually by Gladiators. And I think, it bears repeating here for yesterday and today. The fact that they were able to get themselves, 4 wins out of 5 games played. Yeah. Like, that's unbelievable. Again, quite unprecedented. Let's take a look at the overalls here from Phase 2. Or actually, overalls from both phases, even we should say, as MADBULLS finds himself still in first place. Gladiators moves up into second. Titan is able to find themselves third, whilst Major Pride, having a bit of a flagging Phase 1, did not help them, despite an amazing Phase 2.
Yeah, the 3 chicken dinners in a row really helped out Major Pride, it's fair to say. But yeah, Titan able to get a taste of that podium for the first time. Love to see them get up there. And actually, I just loaded the stats right now. Out of the top 5 top players, MVP contenders of the day, in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, it's Robs, Oldboy, and Icy. Like, all the players were up there, like, of the best players of today, which goes to express, once again, the fragging power that is available at all times for Titan Gaming is always there. And actually, decent points from MUERTE. Unfortunately, it doesn't allow them to get enough points to overtake a position, but they at least remain in 5th position and should get himself a decent bunch of bonus points heading in the finals.
No, definitely. Let's take a look then beyond all of that as well. As you say, with KONINA Power and Nexus finding themselves 7th and 8th, we've got ourselves Dagestan in 9th, 10th will be VIRTUS.PRO. SBG, I do think they've been gaining some traction. Like, we already highlighted them at the beginning of the day, right? And I think some moments here today, aka things like the big wrap on Sanhok, those are moments and glimmers of hope that I think, could proliferate through next games. We could see them do even more in the next phase.
When you compare Phase 1 and Phase 2, to me it seems like Phase 1 they were just trying to get their team to a more confident place, because this is a big roster change that they've had since the past 2 years now, and they're just trying to get the team back in a comfortable position, a comfortable mindset, and now they are trying things in Phase 2. So I think we're going to see the final iteration of that in phase 3, where they're really just going to send everything they've learned from these past 2 phases and hopefully try and aim it for top 8, because currently they're in a position where they could, in the finals, reach top 8 and get in the championship, but it is going to be still a tough one because, as we said, it's so top heavy that they need a really, really good performance to breach up there.
Well, let's take a look at our predictions. As is law, we were kind of almost sabotaged somewhat in that Livik game due to... Well, Jackie, what is going on, mate? What is that?
Jackie, I'll give to you a Predictron. I'll lend it to him for a day. I think he's going to need it right now, but I don't know why I've been on.
Shut up, Max. That's abhorrent. That's a Lovecraftian horror that we've just witnessed there from Jackie.
Oh, you don't have to put him on the spot like that. Come on, Ecolage, you got 17. Okay.
Hey, I was second.
Yeah, still bad. You're so far behind me. What's going on? 12 points behind. It's horrendous.
All right, Max. Usually you're the Lovecraftian horror, all right? But for today, for some... all right, never mind. All right, those are our predictions. Big thank you to Monster for joining us here for the entirety of Phase 2. What a fun phase it's been, by the way. We have had a lot of fun with this one. Thank you to Maxman here alongside me. Thank you to Black and Jackie for casting the full Phase 2. We are done for today. We are going on a 4-day hiatus, and then we will be back to start off Phase 3. Max, any final thoughts? Any favorite things?
No, I'm glad of the storylines we've got currently at the top. The race to PMGC is just so close between the top 3 contenders of Major Pride, MADBULLS, and Gladiators, and Phase 3 is going to be the culmination of all that, so I can't wait to get into it.
There you go. All right, I'm going to leave you with the words of keep your eyes to the skies, as we will be back for more PUBG Mobile action in about 5 days.